All right, welcome everyone to the EOS Fireside Chat for January 11. We got a great show today, maybe a long one. Strap in, grab your popcorn. Let's get into it. So we got actually Rob from Facing that's going to be kicking off the show for us today with an exciting announcement from his team. Those of us interested in the NFT community on the EOS are likely going to be interested in this announcement. We've got Yves from the ENF back from his trip in Asia, so he's going to be giving us a bit of a recap on what went down out there. And then, of course, we're going to get into the big news of the week, the Eden elections that happened on Saturday. We're going to be hearing from the Layer 1 delegates, from some of the chief delegates. I've got a strategy masterclass prepared for all of us Eden members that I'm excited to share. And we'll see where the conversation goes from there. So before I invite Rob actually onto the stage, just want to give a quick recap and a congratulations to all of our new Eden delegates. So our new chief delegates for Eden this term include Joshua Seymour, Joseph from EOS Asia. We got Nathan James from the ENF and Patrick from Nova Crypto. Sound effects are back as well this week. Of course, we have many 21 layer 1 delegates as well, so congratulations to those as well. We've got Nur Rosen, Joshua Seymour, Martin Brewer, Vlad, Zack Gall, Rec Kid, Jesse Jaffe, Marco, Xavier, Lenny, Perry, Nathan, Joseph, Michael Tulenko, Christian Rincon, Patrick from Nova Crypto, Rhett Oderpool, Daniel Keys, Evgeny, Andrew Ware, and Michael Sullivan, rounding out our Layer 1 delegates. So I see a lot of them in the chat today. Thanks for joining us. If you're in delegate, we'll get to all of this fairly quickly. But yeah, so let's just get right into it. Rob, do you want to come on stage and introduce yourself, introduce your team, and I'm excited to learn what this big news is all about.
Yes, happily. Thanks for having us on, Stephane. So I'm Robrigo, aka Rob Consdorf. I've been working in EOS since the beginning and other Antelope chains with the DLT or Detroit Ledger Technologies team, formerly known as EOS Detroit. We made a decision back in 2021 to start side focus in specifically in the NFT space, and that's what the Facings team is working on. So we've launched a lot of different NFTs using the Atomic Assets standard on Wax, specifically because they had the easy onboarding and wallet, the Wax Cloud wallet, which made it easier for us to market to folks. But the new EOS resurgence has been really exciting. So we're really happy to be able to be a part of this and help build out the tool set needed to make really, prosperous NFT ecosystem on EOS. So after the ENF announced the grants framework earlier in 2022, we decided to start building open source tools to support that. And I'm happy to announce that we've got the first version launched today. And thanks to the ENF for approving our grant and funding that. We're looking forward to continuing development on this. So with me today in the call, we've got Felblob, who is our product manager. We've also got our chief operating officer, Kierman, on the call. So some of our team members present today, and we're looking forward to sharing with you what we've built. I'm going to drop some links in the chat so you can get to the app and play with it. At the moment, it is a reference implementation of core Atomic Assets functionality. So there aren't a ton of awesome bells and whistles yet. It's really just the core, but we'll be building on top of it. Our future goals from here are to add a plugin system and enable really more shared community development on this open source core, allow other NFT businesses on EOS to fork it and use it and skin it themselves and gain benefits from the developer ecosystem that we're hoping to create around this. So really our call to action today is for anyone who's motivated to on the call to kick the tires on the app, to let us know on GitHub the features you'd like to see. I've linked the GitHub in the chat, as well as a link to the app. We've also published a blog that you can read to learn more about our future vision and where we're at. And so any support is appreciated. Any questions, any criticism, we're here for it. We just want to engage the community here and really help make EOS a place where NFT applications can prosper. So that's our goal in 2023 and beyond. And I just wanted to make sure that we introduced what we're doing to everyone here and open up the floor for any questions. Thank you.
That's great. That's great, Rob. I mean, I've got tons of questions as a NFT creator myself. What are, some of the things that I can do on this platform that I can't do on Atomic Hub?
Well, to be honest, pretty much nothing right now. But it is open source, and that's something that can't be said about Atomic Hub. However, the number one thing I'd say we support right now that Atomic Hub doesn't is actually Jungle 4, which is an EOS testnet. So you can interact with any sort of collection, schemas, templates, NFT assets. We're really looking forward to the next phase of the project to add in deeper functionality. One of the things that we've submitted in our most recent ENF grant application, which is a stage 2 to this, is more in-depth airdrop functionality, which is also something I don't believe Atomic Hub supports currently. We don't have a market interface, so Atomic Hub is still going to be useful for that. We're really more focused on building up a feature set that will help publishers do more in-depth and advanced workflows without needing to be someone able to write code or write your own scripts and do a lot of deeper technical work. So this is setting the foundation so that we can get to the more exciting part, just to be totally clear. But we do think that we bring a streamlined UX. We're looking to, enhance that further as well. Not to say that Atomic Hub doesn't also have a good UX, because they do. But we're looking to provide options and also making sure that we focus on supporting EOS Network as a first-class citizen. If you look at Wax Atomic Hub versus EOS Atomic Hub, you'll see that EOS Atomic Hub does oftentimes lag in newer features. So we're looking to make sure, that doesn't happen with our build out. And also, because this is fully open source and licensed under MIT, or actually, sorry, GPL v3, any businesses in EOS can fork this and use it for their own commercial purposes as well. So we're pretty excited about being able to offer, a starting point for other businesses looking to build NFT interfaces on EOS, as well as with the plugin framework, allow more shared use development, allow businesses and community developers to contribute plugins back into the ecosystem, and then decide which of those plugins they want to turn on and off in their own instance of the collection manager app. So the Facings creator is our instance of the app, and the actual code that anyone can fork, we're calling collection manager. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, actually, that's very cool. So now that we have this open source base, now devs can play around and build add-ons to that, and those can be open source as well, allowing kind of the whole community to build these platforms together, which, since Atomic Hub is closed source, much harder to do. Well, you can't really do that with them. That makes sense to me, if I got it right.
Correct. Yeah, and we work closely. We talk to the Atomic team. We're friendly with them too. So we're looking to make sure as the standard evolves into the future that we can make sure that it stays relevant on EOS, make sure that updates that happen will be also, ported over to the EOS network, and generally just, make sure we evolve the standard together as an open source community.
Lovely, very lovely. One comment actually, if you guys want user feedback. I don't know how familiar you are with the bounty block airdrop tool, but that is very powerful. So if you're going to be spending time building features, in this new platform, maybe don't start with the airdrop features, since in my opinion, we already have something that is very powerful. And the bounty block is, you need to be approved, but as long as you're not a spammer or a scammer, you're going to be approved. So quick note, I don't know how familiar you are with that.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought up Bounty Block because we've been thinking a lot about Bounty Block and are quite familiar with their tool. There are a couple drawbacks, but in general, it is extremely powerful and useful. Really, what we were looking to do with our airdrop plugin was create a airdrop feature set that doesn't require a closed source API, so it would be more open and accessible. However, Dimitri is awesome, the founder at Bounty Block. We were even thinking maybe we could approach him about creating a Bounty Block airdrop plugin. So
Yes.
we haven't had that conversation just yet, but our goal was again to provide less dependencies on an airdrop feature. So that'd be how it's a little different. But you're right, understanding the plugins the community wants to see would definitely help us prioritize which features to tackle first.
I've already sent them all of this new information to Dimitri. So we'll see what he says. But yeah, no, that's great,
Okay,
Rob, and
perfect.
very exciting. Congratulations to you and the team on getting a grant. That's awesome news. Uh, you know, in case some of you aren't familiar with Rob and his team, everything he said is absolutely true. These guys are OGs here from the start. And yeah.
I have a question for Rob. Can you all hear me? This is Lovejoy.
Yeah.
You mentioned about evolving the atomic standard. I'm curious if we could get your thoughts on what a standard evolution might look like between the open source implementation that you're doing and what Atomic is running. And then I know there are multiple other projects building kind of using the Atomic standard. Just curious what your thoughts are on that process.
Sure. Yeah, thanks. Good question, Lovejoy. Well, right now, as I understand it, Atomic actually hasn't needed to be updated for quite a while, few years. The core atomic acid smart contract I'm specifically referring to. There's been a lot of discussion over the years, though, about ways like, oh, if the standard did just this or is supported that. I don't have specific examples in my back pocket right now, but I've been a party to those conversations before. It would be, more powerful or useful or open up this use case we can't do. But the Atomic team themselves honestly haven't updated the core standard in years. And the way that standard's currently managed is, I believe there's 5 parties on a multi-sig. So at the end of the day, those are the parties that get to choose what happens to the standard. And in general, my philosophy on standards development is we should take approaches closer to the way that the internet developed. We should have open town halls. We should have understanding of how people would like to see things evolve and supporting documents and arguments. Honestly, it's very similar to some of the work we're seeing come out of the ENF and the way they're handling working in public, building consensus on how to change things and what to prioritize and being public. So at the end of the day, atomic acid standard was started by a private startup, but it's important for any standard to survive, for it to sort of be owned by a community of businesses or nonprofits even that are really thoughtful and also conservative about how the standard evolves and what they enable. So honestly, we haven't had a whole lot of complexity or movement on behalf of the core standard. yeah, as people push the envelope, perhaps there will be enough reasoning or rationale warranting a change in the future, and then we should have a framework to talk about and implement that change and make sure there's consensus around it.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep. Thanks, Rob.
Oh, hey, this is Tim. I'm on the Facings team and helping out with the creator. And just to add to everything Rob has said, in terms of standards, I think it's really important to get an open source reference implementation, at least for NFT creation and management, because when it comes to standards, this will, I think, encourage more people to build out in the open, to be able to use something like this as a launch pad for new businesses and apps, and encourage more code to come back into the fold without increasing core complexity. So by having well-defined plugin system, hoping to create a more active ecosystem and just a philosophy of sharing code, working on a common core, that all is going to help when it comes to extending the standard or coming together and doing work out in the open to help drive standards.
Hey Tim, thanks. Thanks for joining us on the fireside and jumping on stage with us. Hopefully you join us more often in the coming weeks.
Thank you. It took a little while to figure out Discord, but here I am.
Now that you're in,
thank you.
You're in.
Yep.
Hey, I saw
he's in for life.
Here.
Did you guys know, fun fact about Tim, he built the first BitShares block explorer called CryptoFresh with Lovejoy. So they go way back.
Oh, snap.
Still up and running, cryptofresh.com. Actually, I don't know if it's up and running, but it's it's up. That was mostly.
Shower some praise on you guys making it open source NFT management. I was actually building an effect dApp, and I have like workers using Stable Diffusion to make like images, and you get it back. And then I'm trying to figure out how to how can I make this an NFT collection? And so you guys straight up giving me the answer here. Definitely gonna look into your repo, and maybe it'll be my solution. And I mean, in here, like maybe like just icing on the cake maybe is if you can like have like npm modules too that I can just install and have like just NFT manager right then and there.
Love it. Thank you, DJ Strikanova. Definitely. Would love to talk to you more about what you're doing too offline and just understand how we can support your project. But I will note the npm module request and make sure we have track of that.
One thing I want to add on the NFT standard question that Lovejoy mentioned. Atomic Asset is actually quite extensive. So if you really push the boundary on NFT on-chain mechanics. So for, let's say, Pomelo NFT assets, we have actually pushing the boundary a lot with tokenized NFTs, special attributes, mutatable, immutable attributes that use mechanics in the next features. So actually, I would say like the sky's the limit right now with the current standard. And I would say that the current Atomic Asset standard is light years ahead of any Ethereum-based, EVM-based NFT standards. The NFT standards for Ethereum are actually just extremely basic because it costs a lot of RAM and usage. You don't want heavy transactions on Ethereum, so they're as light as possible. Whereas on Atomic Asset, everything's on-chain, the attributes are on-chain, everything is literally on-chain, so sky's the limit. But what I would say, what's the struggle with Atomic Asset is the adoption, product examples, documentation, but a general how to integrate a wallet, code examples of how to use Atomic Assets. So a lot of people that dive into NFTs on EOS, they either have to be a complete OG and just know how to use it because there's not a lot of examples. So I think what's lacking, it's not how to make an Atomic Asset standard or an NFT standard better. It's how do we use it? How do we use our existing standard? Because I think the documentation is lacking a lot. And the examples or open source projects, like things like what Rob was mentioning with his collection manager, there's not a lot of open source products out there to showcase the benefits of using NFTs on EOS or on Wax. So I think adoption will come from products, lots of open source examples, and things like that. So standard is great.
I think those are really good points, and I feel like that's been the case with EOS and the blockchains that preceded it. Is just a matter of, it's a race against time to show how advanced this technology is and what it can do, and part of that is just building tooling as fast as possible to make it easy to onboard developers and apps. It's been difficult.
Exactly. And then I was actually reviewing Rob's the collection manager, and the first thing that you do is you git clone, npm install, npm start. Does it run? Yes, great, amazing. Now you have a starting point, and then you can kind of fork or clone and improve. So we need a lot of these sort of open source examples out there in the ecosystem to kind of get the ball started, because some people don't know where to start, how to start. So if they've got an example like, oh, go and download this NFT collection manager and then fork it if you want, or recontribute back to that repo and improve it with everybody else. So I think you're definitely moving in the right direction there, Rob, and I'm really happy that your team is building this open source and got a grant for it. And I'm looking forward to seeing future reviews and future feature improvements.
Thank you, Denis. Really appreciate your perspective and totally agree with that.
One more thing to add to the developer experience. It's one of the requirements of a ENF grant that the product is not reliant on any black boxes or closed source services. And I think that's really in line with the ethos we're trying to follow, which is easy to build, minimal dependencies. So right now it's running on a full open source stack, and I think that just makes reliability so much higher and maintenance so much easier.
Hey, it's Kier here from Facings too. I just wanted to add in one other piece to what we were just talking about in terms of the capabilities of the atomic standard and what we're trying to do. We are actually, the standard is very impressive, and the depth of it, as has been mentioned before, blows the doors off of anything else in the industry. The problems have also been announced here, which are, people don't know about it. They don't know how to access it. They don't have examples of how to use it. And one of the things we are really trying to do at Facings is to create this process where we deliver pieces to get everybody to the next level of it, step by step. So while our first grant and the first deliverable may seem a little rudimentary in terms of what it does, it is a building block to the next phase, which involves all the plugins that we just spoke about. And then the next phase, which involves higher yield features and complicated structures. And we have a whole plan here to try to really get to the top level of everything that is capable of being done with the atomic asset contract, so that we can really exploit NFTs the way they were meant to be, and promote that while providing the ability for people who may be even more creative than us to come up with alternative forks and better use cases. And I think that's the process that needs to happen in order to get the development in here so people can actually exploit it and utilize it the way it was intended. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks for the perspective, Kier, and totally agree. Yeah, really, we want to build out the lower level tools so that many independent devs, small startup teams, and even bigger companies can leverage and build atop of that. So yeah, we're a tools company at the end of the day. And looking to build more products, or looking forward to building more products and really making 2023 an amazing year for NFTs on EOS.
Yeah, this is Bell Blob. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Coming in clear.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a point just really, really quick. I'm the product manager at Facings, and I'm just so proud of my dang team. And I just wanted to give a nod to some of the stuff that's coming that might excite creators like myself who actually make NFT sets today. We have some stuff that has to go along with the reference implementation, and some of it's small stuff like a CSV importer. So you'll actually be able to import set creation data, metadata straight into the product. And stuff like that is just so exciting because it doesn't, we don't have to extend the standard that we have today, as was said, to see such exciting new features that are low-hanging fruit and really bring us to a whole new level in this ecosystem. So proud of our team, happy to be here. Love you all.
All right, so thanks a lot to the facing teams who showed up and shared this exciting news with everyone. That's great. Hopefully, you guys join us again in some future firesides. All right, 30 minutes behind my originally planned schedule because I forgot about this exciting announcement that I was supposed to reserve a spot for. Let's move on to our next topic. I'd like to welcome Yves back from his trip from Asia, back in North America now. And yeah, I'd like him to come on stage and talk a bit about how that trip went.
Hey, thanks for having me on. And thank you, Rob and team, for your presentation on the Facings product. That application was one of the first applications that we received in for the grant framework. And we talked about that at length even before the Facings team applying. And I think it's really important, kind of like what you guys mentioned, is we have alternatives out there that are really good, but being able to create building blocks so that other people can leverage off of them is what really we didn't have in that space. And so this is going to be opening that up. So as much as right now there's perhaps limited functionality, the idea is creating the foundation so that others can leverage off of that, and then everything that's being created is then a building block. So all of the other functions that'll be coming from within that grant and going forward, essentially, will be able to be leveraged by everybody, and that's currently not the case. So although there's really good work out there, it's really proprietary, and that's opening that up. So good job, guys. Yeah, I just came back. I just came back from whoever's maybe building a wooden house might want to mute themselves.
Carpenter now.
All right, I found it.
Yeah, I got a carpenter in here. Hopefully you're building something cool. Maybe some NFTs. Maybe you're building an NFT marketplace. Yeah, I just came back from Asia. I was out, for those who don't know, I was out in Asia for the last 5 weeks or so. I went early December and spent some time out there. It's a little bit easier to travel when I'm based out of Asia, within the Asia region. Obviously, I come from the eastern part of Canada. Flying out to Asia is very taxing. It's very, very difficult. It's very long. The flights are very lengthy, and then it makes it very difficult to move around. Whereas if I'm based there, then it makes it much easier. But a big part of what I like to do, at least once per year when I do that, it gives me a completely different perspective. And that's kind of what I wanted to talk about today. So less so about kind of what I did and who I met, but how there's no other way to say it, but like the people on this call and the people within this time zone are or similar time zones are very fortunate, because you guys get to see everything in real time. In a way, it's this concept of synchronous versus asynchronous communication. And how essentially the people typically that are in the Western world speak English. You might be in Europe and such, but still a very similar time zone. So regardless of the culture, regardless of the language, this idea that you're in a synchronous period or synchronous communication with what's going on, especially with the ENF, or with block producers in the chats, Telegram and such. The majority is happening in a Western time zone in general, and how there's a lot of people out there, regardless of the language, regardless of the culture, they get asynchronously the communication that occurs, and so it's flipping that over. And so when I head out to Asia, what happens is now I'm in a synchronous communication with South Korea and China would be the two largest markets. And then you guys here in this call now become asynchronous. And so when I wake up in the morning, I'm catching up on, especially lately, 800 messages, 1,000 messages, or whatever it is. And that's how half of the community, and I'm just using half lightly, but just the other people that are not in these time zones are interacting with the community. They're getting it after the fact. And so they communicate synchronously within their time zone, but they can communicate asynchronously with, for example, us on this call, with the ENF in general, etc. And so it gives a very, very different perspective. Instead of being able to participate in a conversation in real time, you always get it after the fact. And once you do that for a period of time, so I was gone for 5 weeks, it really changes how the ecosystem looks, or how it's perceived, or how it feels. Because if you're just doing it for a few days, you can catch up, whatever, you can change your sleeping patterns in order to be a little bit more synchronous. But otherwise, a lot of the decisions that are being made day to day right now with the ENF are being done in a Western time zone. And so everybody's getting it after the fact, and how that impacts how you perceive EOS, how that impacts how the movement of the chain, whether it's the BP calls, whether it's these fireside chats, whatever it may be, the ENF translates everything. It's still done asynchronously. You're not getting it at the same time. And so getting that perspective changes things very, very much. And it, highlights some gaps in the processes that we have, and or it highlights areas for opportunity to be able to close those gaps. And so that's always interesting. That's always really good. It's also, it's just very different. Like, I can't explain it other than you're kind of a second class citizen, regardless of the culture and the language. And so being able to be in that time zone for a period of time, then being able to have synchronous conversations with people within those respective time zones outside of the edge hours. So obviously I have calls in the morning and at night with Asia, but being able to do it during the day, or being able to do it 2 PM or 4 PM, which that is very rare in general, and not being able to do it with the other side of the world. So one of the things that we did early on is we started talking about this idea, and this came about kind of the month of November and such, before me heading out, to increase communication, especially with the block producers. And so we started, we had our first block producer call, or I guess ENF-led block producer call, that we'll be doing on a monthly basis. Basically, top 30 block producers are invited to join on a call. All the information is open public, so they can all share afterwards. A lot of the conversations that we're having are conversations that we're having, for example, on this fireside, that type of thing, but having within a time that's a little bit more suitable for block producers that are out east, and doing it on a monthly basis. And so we had our first block producer call 2 weeks ago. We'll be having these monthly. We had about 17, 18, maybe a little bit more than that, block producers. I don't recall the final count. We had about 30 something people on the call. Block producers participate. We had it was our first one. We had an agenda. We hit on some items that we wanted to talk about. We gave an update on EVM, which you guys are going to get shortly. The communications team is working on that. We did an update on ENV. Did an update on the roadmap that we're working on for 2023, alongside budgeting and stuff. And we gave an update as well on an MSIG. So there's a few block producers that brought up this idea last summer. And it's been resurging a little bit again. So we'll talk about it today with you guys. But essentially, there is going to be an MSIG that is going to be brought up for community discussion, or I'm discussing it right now. But this idea of currently the ENF seeks funding every couple of months, and it requires 15 out of 21 in order to reach consensus to allow for funding. But there's a potential I shouldn't say attack vector there, but this idea that 7 could potentially either willingly or because of policy block the ongoing operations of the foundation. And it was brought up that that doesn't provide stability in terms of the network, in terms of externals, in terms of internals as well, in terms of our own budgeting, etc. And so this idea of doing the reverse, whereby 15 out of 21 would approve the funding, and then that would now be automated. And now 15 out of 21 would be required in order to stop the funding. So basically flipping it around. Instead of having 7 out of 21 to block it, it's now 15 out of 21 to block it. And so that MSIG is going, I don't know when, but the block producer is going to be publishing that, and I guess bringing that forth in the next couple of weeks. We can talk about that today. I know it's not really on the agenda. We can talk about it next week as well. But that was brought up on the call. And what else was brought up? Oh yeah, the idea of so we've been exploring internally with different services for communication specifically. So when we have these calls, either with block producers or even on Twitter Spaces or anything where we have different people from different languages join on the call. Right now we're doing asynchronous translation. I don't think that's the right term, but this idea that somebody speaks and then pauses, so speaks for 30 seconds a minute, pauses, then the translator speaks for 30 seconds a minute, whatever translates. And it's this back and forth. So any subject that you do essentially takes double the time. And if you want to do 3 languages, then it takes triple the time and such. And so the comms team internally has been researching, and there are a few solutions out there, and we're going to be experimenting likely next month. So the BP call, the next one is slated for, I believe, early February, something like the 8th or 9th or something like that. And we're going to be experimenting with this new service and seeing whether or not it works well and such. But this idea of synchronous translation, simultaneous translation. So whereby somebody would, I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I'll be able to speak English, or whoever is going to be able to speak, and then the translators translating, the interpreters interpreting simultaneously. And so it cuts basically the discussion in half if you're only doing 2 languages, but we'll be able to do this with Mandarin and with Korean. And then it also provides the transcript, or provides the subtitling, etc., so that then you can make products out of that, or you can give a little bit better debrief afterwards, minutes of meetings, that type of stuff. And so we're going to be experimenting with that in the next meeting. And ideally, if this works really well, we'll be able to bring that to more of the initiatives and the projects that we do as the ENF, so that whenever we do anything, basically people will be able to think of tuning in a channel. If you want to listen in Chinese, you tune in channel number 2. You want to listen in Korean, channel number 3. In Spanish, channel number 4. But you can do it at the same time instead of afterwards. And so we'll be exploring with that. We talked about that. And that's pretty much it. I don't know, Steph, if you had any specific questions or anything like that. I'm still pretty much jet lagged. I've been awake since 3:30 this morning. I came back late last night. Going to be like this for about a week and a half or so.
One question, maybe you said it, maybe not. These calls are not meant to be public or shared, right? But the information contained within it kind of will be by the block producers, or how does that work exactly?
Yeah, so some of the things that we brought up are projects that are like whatever communiques that we're working on, press releases, whatever. And so all the information is going to be public anyways. The block producers on that call can also share the information. We mentioned that. So it's not, there's no proprietary information or anything like that. We're going to be releasing, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and Zack can confirm, meeting minutes for what this was, but the call itself is limited to the top 30 block producers at any given time, to keep the calls a little bit smaller and more on point. A lot of the information anyways is all information that essentially you guys get in the fireside chat on a weekly basis. This is just another method of communication, a little bit more formal, with the block producers, so that we have an ongoing conversation with them in a comfortable setting.
Okay, so these calls won't be published?
The call will not be recorded and published, no, but the information and the minutes, yes, will be.
right.
And if there's any, like we have an AMA component, so if there are good questions that are being asked and would be relevant, then that would be published as part of the minutes. But a lot of it is just giving an update on files. So for example, let's say the EVM file update, well, there's a formal press release / communique / whatever you want to call that, that's coming out. That'll be even more information than what we shared. We just talked about it while the communications team is writing that.
All right. So we're not going to learn more about the ENV today, is what you're saying.
No, you're not going to learn more about the EVM or the ENV today. I guess the ENV I can share a little bit. A lot of the work that's being done about that is more, think about it, kind of the legal and the shell on the outside of the different entities. One of the things that we've been looking at is what type of entity and where would that be located. And so we've done a lot of work on that. One of the, I guess, the leading, I don't want to get too ahead of myself because that might not be the case, but the idea is likely we will be doing a purpose trust and a purpose trust in a particular location, and even a purpose trust is quite particular. So essentially what we've been working on is, here are the goals, here are the concerns, here's what we're trying to mitigate, here's what we're trying to achieve. How can we do that? And so we've been designing kind of, now that essentially the network has given a go-ahead, now we're really in the weeds and the details and the very specifics of what exactly that's going to look like. Where is that? How do you set it up so that it meets all the requirements that you're trying to do, mitigates the concerns that you're trying to avoid, etc. And right now, the idea of a purpose trust is something that's very innovative. That's quite it's very new. We're not even sure anybody's actually done one in this case. But the legal team has been working on that, has provided a few memos, recommendations. There's always the ongoing, how can you do things? What should you try to avoid doing from a legal point of view? If you're going to do something recommendation-wise, how should you do it, etc. So that's always an ongoing thing. So we're able to push that envelope forward a little bit. But overall, the file's been advancing, and where we're at this point is likely we have a pretty good idea of what kind of entity. Like I said, it's a purpose trust, where that's going to be located, as long as we can get the go-ahead. And then everything trickles in from that afterwards. Another, I guess, maybe thing I can share, we've gotten more and more requests of people wanting to buy those tokens out of OTC in like large amount. There's even an entity, a very well-known venture fund slash a market maker, that essentially offered to buy all of them. So there's tremendous interest, and this happened while I was in South Korea. We met for the first time while we were in Singapore. They've then been trying to reach out. We met them again in Seoul the second time I went to Seoul. And then they came out again at the Seoul event about, 4 weeks ago now that I was in Seoul. And they came about and they actually made a formal offer and such. So they're really interested in securing a sizable position in EOS. And we've gotten more and more of these requests, like I said, maybe over the last 6 months or so. But now it's like basically all of the position or whatever, which that's not happening anytime soon. It can't happen anyways. But that type of thing is really interesting. And it showcases that there's really good work being done and that people are seeing that outside of the EOS.
All right. Well, thanks, Yves. Are you hanging around for the rest of the fireside, or do you have to go?
No, for sure. Phoenix, you shared a question of purpose trust. So I'll just drop a link to information about what purpose trust could look like and kind of what's been done on that front. Just so if you really want to find out more and you want to read, etc., then I'll give you an idea. And I just shared that in the chat.
I mean, the whole point of these updates, both for the block producer call a week or two ago, and then now it was actually last week, so it wasn't even 2 weeks ago. So that's going to kind of be the cadence is BP call, we'll publish meeting minutes, and then fireside chat probably a day or two after the meeting minutes come out. So all of the information will be open in public, but the point of having these conversations early with the multi-sig on EOSIO saving, the point is to get feedback. I know it's all very fresh, but I would be curious to hear feedback on that. One of the points that Yves didn't mention is, as far as even getting the 15 out of 21, which we often quote and state, it's really like 15 out of 18, because there's at least 3 block producers who, because of their policies, aren't voting. So that also ties into it and some of the reasonings behind. So 1, I would like to get feedback on that. And 2, just the general idea of ENV as it's being established as a legal entity and it's able to field these types of deals, like what the general community response is when large players with lots of connections and maybe developers, if they want to inquire about those OTC purchases, what the community feedback is on that. And just to give a little bit more color on it, the idea is to get strategic partners. So it's not just about buying the tokens. If they want to buy the tokens, they could buy them off the market. You could buy millions of dollars with very little slippage. It's really about the strategic partners, not giving necessarily heavy discounts or anything, but also getting them to invest in the fund itself. So from the very beginning, the idea that was presented is bringing external capital in. So that's kind of what these potential OTC deals could facilitate is, okay, we'll sell you the tokens, but you need to make an equivalent cash injection into the portfolio of the ENV, essentially. So it's like double investment. It's not only buying tokens, which is buying stake in the ecosystem, but it's also buying stake in the development of the ecosystem through the ENV. So it's really 2 investments, potentially. So I'm really interested in hearing the feedback from the community on just initial responses.
Let's hear it, guys. What do you think?
I have a question, maybe interesting for Yves and Zack,
Yes.
regarding the
What's
ENV.
up?
Hi, guys. So I think an interesting question is, and I don't know if you guys have already started formulating it, but any like venture firm or venture capital firm starts developing their investment strategy and thesis, and I, it's logical to understand that this is going to be focused on EOS. But I think a good question would be if the ENV is going to be focused, like kind of looking community inwards first, or is it going to focus more on attracting external projects and developers to come into EOS? So I think that's a very important parameter that needs to be defined in the strategy. I don't know if you guys have yet to sit on the investment strategies for the ENV, but I think it's an interesting question to put out.
I don't really know how to answer that because we're nowhere near there yet. I think the way to answer it, or I guess the best I can say right now, is it'll depend on what's investable and what people apply. So if I take Grant Framework as a good example, I would say 90% of the people that have applied to Grant Framework have been internal to EOS. And so it has nothing to do with a strategy of attracting internal to EOS community members to apply first. It's just those are the ones that know about it. At the same time, it's not really about who applies, it's whether or not it's a worthwhile investment. And so that might be the limiting factor, is whether or not there are worthwhile investments in or outside of the ecosystem that actually apply and go through the process. And that I can't tell you because we're not there yet. Nobody's applied. There's not even a mechanism for people to apply at this stage. To make it clear, though, that will not be and this is way outside of the scope anyways right now. Whoever is going to be managing that will be responsible for that. Whatever the term sheets are, they'll be published at that time, etc. The process will be open, like the grant framework, etc. So everybody can see it. What I'm certain of, and what I would not vouch for, or I guess what I would advocate for, is the ENV is all about. It is a traditional VC in the sense that it is to create financial returns. It is not a grant framework. And so whereas the grant framework and Pomelo, et cetera, and the internal public goods / non-for-profit purposes, the goal is not to generate returns. The ENV, the goal is to generate returns. And so it's all about whether or not something can generate capital in return for the EOS token holders. And that's a really important distinction, because I wouldn't want to give a false promise that everything would be investable. No, it is possible that it is not a good investment, therefore that investment would not occur, regardless of whether in EOS or outside of EOS.
I just got a question on the 68 million. You mentioned, so the idea of the ENV is to return value back to token holders. And I'm wondering, I'm just trying to think of that lined up with the previous opportunity, I suppose, where there was an OTC attempt, or not attempt, but desire to purchase those 68 million freshly minted EOS tokens, OTC. Wouldn't it be better to not have that type of deal happen? And if these individuals or parties are interested in owning EOS tokens, have them market, buy them like everyone else. And
that's
that will
what
then help raise
Zack
the price and help everyone else. Okay, good. So, okay, good. Yeah, because it seems to me using inflation to mint tokens to then sell OTC is almost a disservice to the previous token holders.
That's what they're being told to do right now. They're told to go to the market and buy them, because one, the ENV isn't set up. Two, if there was an OTC deal, it would be under special circumstances, meaning, okay, if you're going to invest $25 million into the ENV, you're getting that opportunity because of the OTC. And just so we're clear, like there's interest and there's legitimate offers, but the ENV doesn't exist as an entity yet to facilitate those offers. So none of this has actually happened. That's why we're bringing it up in discussion. And one of the things that you can control with the OTC deal is something like a vesting schedule, for example. You could put different parameters on it that you cannot put on a market buy, for example. And then it's also protecting, we have no idea how long this bear market is. So obviously, if EOS 3X's, it would look like a terrible decision. But if EOS goes to 50 cents, it'll look like a really good decision. Look at Telos for an example. Telos sold $9 million of tokens OTC at 90 cents. That's great for Telos because their foundation has secured funding. They have runway. I don't know what the price of Telos is right now, but it's probably like 10 cents. So that turned out to be a really good deal, because if they didn't do that, they'd be in a much worse position right now. So there's a lot of different strategic reasons for that.
Would it make more sense then for the ENF itself to then do OTC deals versus the ENV? Because you could probably do that sooner than later. And it does make sense to that extent, for sure, to bolster the treasury with some USD that's not subject to price movement is certainly smart.
So what's the question? Is why doesn't the ENF do that?
Good, yeah. It's more of if there's opportunities for OTC deals, it seems to make more sense for the ENF to potentially facilitate those versus the ENV is all. It just seems like it's more appropriate perhaps and more achievable for the ENF to do it. That's all.
There's a lot of reasons, but I would say one of the biggest ones is that the ENF doesn't sit on some giant treasury. So the only way an OTC deal would even make sense is buying 10 million or more tokens. If you're buying less than that, then you could probably buy it off the market over staggered buys over the course of a week and not move no one would even notice. Like $1 million, multi-million EOS change hands every single day in different swaps. So an OTC deal only makes sense in very, very large quantities, which the ENF doesn't have. Because like you said, go buy it from the market. That's come up multiple times. When the ENF first formed, a lot of direct messages from random community members asking about, hey, I've got this whale friend, they want to buy 1 million EOS. Could the ENF sell it to them OTC? No, go buy it from the market. You could buy 1 million EOS, no problem.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. That makes sense.
All right, good stuff. So Yves said he's going to be around. So if we have more questions for him later on today, we can always ask. But for now, let's get on to the main topic of the day, the Eden election results from this weekend. So I'm just gonna invite the delegates who were elected on Saturday. If they want to share a little something with the community, now would be the time. We can start with the chief delegates, of course. Let's see here if I can find some chief delegates in the crowd and call them out, or if you want to just jump on, go ahead. I see we've got Joshua, we've got Nathan. Nathan's here. Patrick's here. Patrick's here as well. So we've got 3 of them. Let's go with Joshua since he's higher up on the alphabetical list. Josh, do you want to jump on here and say hi?
Sure, I'll say hello for a minute. The room I'm in doesn't have a lot of furniture, so it's kind of echoey. I was listening on the YouTube stream for a bit before we got home, and
Great.
had to rejoin on Discord here. The election was pretty smooth this time. The thing I'd like to mention that was pretty cool was using the upvote Telegram bot. And one of the coolest things about it is it automatically, for anyone who used it, automatically organized into separate private groups that mimicked the fractal nature of what we do in the Eden election. So, for example, I have a group that the bot automatically put me in for my round 1 group and my round 2 group. And I don't know if this was manual or if the bot automatically did it, but we also have a group for all of the delegates and for the chief delegates. And so it just kind of makes it really easy to keep the structure of the election going forward for the next season. And the thing that I'm doing right now and that I'm encouraging other delegates to do is to continue to work with the people in your breakout rooms to achieve consensus. So, for example, we had to get some people in the group from our round 1, which took a little bit. And then in round 2, everybody has a round 1 group that they can be communicating with, and then they can bring the consensus of their round 1 group into their round 2 group, and you can kind of further filter and define the common denominators and the consensus together in that second group where everyone's a delegate and you're representing your round 1 group. And we can then take our round 2 groups and we can come together as delegates and report all of that. So to me, that's kind of a new. I don't think that's something that we have done a lot in previous seasons. I know some members have tried to stay in touch with their breakout groups throughout the seasons and stuff, but this time around, I think we're seeing an opportunity to make it a little more part of the culture, so that the election doesn't just end on election day with that 45-minute room.
All right, thanks Joshua for joining us today, and congratulations on being elected a chief delegate. One thing I'm actually curious from all our delegates, I'd love for you guys to share if you were previously elected as a delegate or if this is your first time. So Joshua, I know you've been previously elected as well. What's your track record so far?
I think I've been a delegate at least once in the official elections, and I was a chief delegate, I think, in the second election. And in recent elections, I've just been voting, and that was my original intention in this election until maybe like a week or 2 leading up to it. So
right.
I think I've had the whole round of experience so far.
That's great. Thanks for sharing. Okay, next up in alphabetical order, we've got Nathan James, also a newly elected chief delegate. Did you want to come on and say a few words? I will take that answer for a no. Maybe maybe he'll be back a bit later. Patrick, are you around to say hi to the community and say some words as a chief delegate of Eden? Patrick is also not available. Alrighty then. Any other layer 1 delegates want to jump on, say hi?
Me.
Don't wait for me to invite you on. Just jump on here. Who was that? Who was
Uh,
that?
that was me, Zack. So this is my first time being a Layer 1 delegate. The previous elections that I participated in, I showed up to vote, and I pushed other people forward. I think Mel, I pushed him forward in the first one. Can't even remember with the other groups. But one of my things that I already was able to deliver on, one of my campaign promises, was giving free CPU to all lead-in members. So this is something, when I realized nobody had ever done it before, it kind of blew my mind because it seems so obvious as a perk for being a lead-in member, is to basically leverage the EOS PowerUp.io tool built by the awesome team at Boyd and led by John Heater. Leveraging that tool that he built on top of some very simple batching of transactions from Denis, I was able to execute on one of my first campaign promises to deliver free CPU to every single Eden member. So one, that's a perk for anyone who's considering joining Eden. If the only reason you want to join is to get the free CPU, that's fine. If you try CPU mining, I will just pause your waitlisting. But it was a really cool experience. I was also very privileged to get into a room with Nova Crypto in round 2, because I think there's nobody more deserving to be a chief delegate than him. He's been an EOS community member as long as I could remember, and a very dedicated one at that. He knows pretty much everyone in the ecosystem. He's probably interviewed them all 3 or 4 times each. So that was one of my favorite parts of the entire thing, was getting matched up with him in a room and being able to basically push him forward, because I had announced leading up to the election that I planned to go all the way, if I could, to become a chief delegate. But I saw Nathan was in another room, for an example. I didn't want to have us both be chief delegates. But the main reason, and there was a lot of reasons, would have depended on who I got into a room with, whether I agreed with them, didn't agree with them. But I was just really, really happy to see Patrick in my room and to push him forward. As far as the other campaign promises, a lot of it will be Pomelo contributions through speaking with the people that elected me forward. Reiki, Myra Wang, Sven from SOV. So basically working with my own delegation who pushed me forward to get their input on where we should contribute the funds into Pomelo. It wasn't my initiative, but I think it was one of my ideas before the election, was to finally bring topics. So we forked the Eden members channel. So anyone on this call who is an Eden member obviously already seen that. But it wasn't exactly a campaign promise, but it was something that I started pushing for a few weeks ago to enable new features so that we're not just all drinking from one chat room as a fire hose when there's multiple topics that come up on a day-to-day basis. So seeing that happen, I was really happy to see after the election, the newly elected head chief delegate, Joe from EOS Asia, is the owner of that group. And I believe he will pass on ownership of it to the next head chief delegate. And we'll start a really good tradition with that, because the previous owner of the member chat was none other than Dan Larimer. And he has failed to hand over both the channel, failed to hand over the Twitter account. So I was just really happy to see, as a result of the election, that the current chief delegates took action immediately, and also even like the layer ones, such as myself, just taking action immediately, because there's obviously a lot of work that needs to be done, and communicating what that work is very important. So I was happy to see that got done so quick.
Totally, and yeah, that's a great initiative on your part to give me some free CPU every day. Love it, absolutely love it. It's actually going to make my life easier. on a day-to-day basis.
Come on, it just
As a EOS user that often ends
Yeah.
up struggling with CPU, and I gotta go to the bot, and then I gotta go try my gems account to see if there's there. Then I gotta go message Denis to help save. Now none of that's gonna happen. I'm always gonna have my Steph account that's available to fire some CPU when needed. So that's great.
Personally, on mobile, I use Android, and as much as I love Anchor, the Android experience isn't as good as it is on desktop or when I had an iPhone. So I actually use Token Pocket Mobile when I sign things from mobile. So having like power up for myself, it's every time I've prepaid for my own power up, I end up like suggesting myself as like a superpower user, and I burn through my EOS and I never top it up. And then you guys know the drill. You go to do something, your transaction fails. You got to go to EOS power up, do the free power up, go back to what you're doing, and start back over. So eliminating that whole problem for Eden members using their Eden accounts, I'm really happy to do. And then also once Pomelo season comes around, it'll make it one less headache if you ever that failed transaction issue. One less headache to deal with. And I'm monitoring the cost of it too, and it's like dirt cheap. I think it costed like 14 EOS to get it started because it was buying RAM for people at first, and there were a lot of people that were RAM poor. So it just started buying RAM for a bunch of Eden members. So we turned that off. So we're not like, because you could sell the RAM, like the end users getting the free RAM if they really wanted to exploit it, they could sell it. But everyone's an Eden member, so it'd be really hard to. You can't really do it anonymously. But seeing the cost of it and how cheap it is, it's a great community service. I think, like what I was budgeting in my mind. What?
No, I was just wondering how often you're gonna add new members to the list, like once a month, or at the end of your term, or.
I'm just watching in real time. So obviously, all of this could be automated, but like the cost to automate, the time to automate, it just doesn't make sense. It's really a proof of concept. So every day I'm checking the Eden list for new members, and as soon as I see them join, I'll waitlist account on EOS PowerUp. And the way EOS PowerUp works is every 24 hours, everyone gets a free a power up from my account, EOS.inc. And then EOS PowerUp essentially monitors your CPU usage. And so if you're transacting, as soon as your CPU drops below like 10 or 20%, I don't know the exact number of like your capacity, then it will re-up you and it'll repower you up without even asking. It'll just automatically do it. And that doubled the number of waitlisted accounts on EOS PowerUp. So we added 505 accounts to the whitelist, and the total of all accounts on all waitlists is only like 1,200. So they have a stats page on the EOS PowerUp site, and you could see like this huge spike since Monday or whenever we did that.
Love it. Absolutely love it. All right. Thanks, Zack. And congrats again on becoming Layer 1 Delegate. All right. I think Patrick is on deck, available to say a few words to the community. Patrick, welcome to the fireside. Patrick? Can't hear you.
Yeah, baby, yeah.
I could just play your sound effect a bunch. I think gets the point across as well. So whenever you fix your mic there, Patrick, we'd love to hear from you. Anyone else here wants to jump in? Go ahead. If not, I'm going to start calling people out that I see in the chat that I know are Layer 1 delegates.
Sure, I'll go.
Great. Who's this?
This is Perry with D-News. And I was elected as a level 1 this last Saturday, so I'm really happy about that. And I would like to thank each and every one of you for your vote. I very much appreciate it. Actually, there's nobody here in this group that voted for me, which is kind of a strange thing, right? It's so we became level 1 delegates. I want to share briefly what I promised my group and give you guys, in the spirit of transparency, give all of you the chance to keep track of me as well as my specific group. But I'll make it very brief. I basically campaigned on the idea that I would be continuing to maintain and develop D-News and offering that to the community, as well as supporting the effort for ESPX. And I really think that's a direction that we need to move in and explore. And it's not, of course, it's not finished and it's not even fully implemented. But I think it deserves our attention and effort and awareness. So those are my two promises to the group. And as part of that, today I announced in the Eden Fractal meeting that for the next week I'll be setting a proposal to actually do that with DNews and moving to the next stage where the elected officials, the elected delegates of Eden Fractal will be in fact the editors of DNews. And it'll be very simple on their part. It'll be very little work. I would consider it a responsibility to the community in that they maintain the whitelist and the blacklist of the publishing sources that make up the DNews stream. So it's a very simple thing. It's not complicated, and that's by design. I think I want to take this baby step, connect the two, connect this fractal form of governance, this upvote form of governance, with a media asset. So that's what I'm doing, guys, and I'm really excited to be part of this community and pushing the envelope in these little ways, because I think the little things that we're doing today can be important in the future, because we're at the very edge. We're at the edge. So happy to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
That's great. So who exactly are going to become editors? Sorry, is that all Layer 1 delegates or the people who are... Sorry, I didn't quite get you.
No, that's a very good question, Stephane. I am of the mindset at this moment that it actually is a better design that this group that controls the media is not the delegates of Eden on EOS. I think for the benefit of the community, it's better if it's in another group that offers a counterbalance of power, just as we do when we're setting up governance systems in our countries, just like we have legislature and judicial and executive branches all balancing each other. So for that reason, I felt like it's better to put it to Eden Fractal, and with the idea that whoever controls the media should be a different organization than those that control the inflation. Well, I think those are two good ways of cutting the pie. Of course, we're all just experimenting. That's what it's in my mind right now, and so that's what I'm suggesting.
All right, excellent. Thank you for sharing. Sounds like an interesting idea, and yeah, looking forward to seeing the progress you do this term. All right, any other Layer 1 delegates out here want to say something before I start calling people out?
Hey, Martin here from the .gems team. I participated in all Eden elections so far. I had the honor to be elected as a Layer 1 delegate for the first time. Thanks so much for your trust in me. And I'm looking forward to to execute on what I was running on. So for me, what I was running on and what I got to support in my first group was to organize a little bit the Layer 1 delegates as like one group, and where we can maybe give each other, similar like the chief delegates do this weekly, we can do like less frequently, but at some point regular at least, to give progress updates on our projects, maybe publish this so to create awareness of what everybody's doing, also create some transparency in this regard. And if there are some funds or some delegates that don't know necessarily where to deploy their funds, that we can coordinate where to pool funds or where to collectively deploy funds, so that we can assure some of the continuity of the tools and initiatives that came from 1 or 1.5 years of the Eden communities. For example, the soulbound tokens that were created for this election. So basically to the idea of circles that previous chief delegates had, bring this forward and with some funding, bring some structure in there. So that was the first thing that I was running on. And I think if you're Layer 1, I hope you're in the group. And I deployed put a Google sheet there in order to find out how frequent we should do these calls and if there's actually appetite for these. I don't want to make these calls mandatory. It's really for those that are want to coordinate and want to communicate on where and what the Eden community needs develop initiatives or what is important to maintain. So that was the first one that I was running on, and the other one that I thought has value, that all these other Edens that are coming into this existence, so the Korean Eden, the Spanish Eden, the Chinese Eden, once these groups are formulating and have their elections, I thought it makes sense that we start also to communicate between these groups and also potentially update each other on like different forms of political playoffs, different models, different learnings that we had, and potentially have some kind of like regular report on what I like to call like the global Eden, or like all the Edens together. And so Yves touched upon this a little bit, that we overcome the problems that come with the asynchronous time zones that our community is in. For the last one, basically publishing these articles, I'm planning to maybe work with Marco, who does the briefings, or Lenny, who does anyway all the recaps for the Western Eden. So they were in my second round, and therefore we can already coordinate with the three of us on like how we basically as layer ones can coordinate this initiative to basically have some media outlet that updates everybody on the global Eden, different Edens, and basically the progress that the Eden idea or political playoffs as a concept make in the different cultures and in the different communities. So yeah, that's basically the two things that I'm planning for this term.
All right, that's great, Martin. Congratulations again, and thanks for sharing with us. All right, Patrick, if your mic is good, you can jump in. Nathan is in bed with a sick kid at the moment. I don't know if that stops you from sharing a few words, but you can jump in, or any other Layer 1 delegate, go for it.
If you can all hear me above the construction going on, I'll do a real quick
Yeah, we can hear you.
summary.
It's not bad. Welcome, Marco, and congratulations.
Thank you. First time delegate, attended every one, including the practice ones. All right, so as Martin said, and before him, I've been keeping the community informed through briefings and crypto writer and stuff. Continue to do that, but now I have more options to add some dynamic features to the website. I really love that the media and Eden level 1 delegates are becoming more active in weekly, daily chats, community, whatever, and working together. Really, I thought it would take a lot longer to get us to work together to be productive. I just wanted to raise awareness. So my initially what I was thinking before we started chatting after the election was to sponsor some productivity meetings for publication, on-chain and articles, and extend that to all Eden members to join in. Kind of model a little bit after the Eden Fractal, so receiving some EOS is going to be more pop-up meetings to gauge interest, but the idea for productivity is to either touch on key issues or actively advance something. And along those ends, I had an NFT idea for people who want to have future meetings. Also brought up in my group was how I feel about the governance and key issues. So that's on the mind, as well as for publication and investigation. Of course, the concerns of each individual member of my group, which go to improving and easing the onboarding process. That was a big concern for outside of the Western demographic. Same thing with a more friendly user interface. And as far as the Pomelo contributions, there's the DAO universe, possibly some Telos, as has been mentioned earlier today, and the upload bot. And that's what I got for now.
All right. Thank you very much for sharing, and good luck with everything in your term. Patrick, you flicked on for just a second here. Let's see who else we have. We got Drew Block in the house, also our Layer 1 delegate. You want to come on the mic, say a little something?
Sure. How's my sound?
It's great. Probably better than
Awesome. Yeah, I have a lot of experience with it. So I was elected as a Layer 1 delegate. I'd like to thank my group, which included Murphy, Ron, Yana, and Greg. So many thanks for trusting me to be your delegate. And in the same vein, I want to thank Joshua Seymour for being very willing to listen and represent the delegates that were in his group. As far as what I ran on, I had a very specific proposal to create a fully on-chain voting and Rex rewards proxy, where BP votes can be proposed by chief delegates and then approved by delegates. That requires a new account, eden.rex, so that will be based on if we can start that new account. If not, then I'm also interested in Eden onboarding through the weekly rewards meetings. I think that's another useful thing and something that to me is a big value add in my opinion. In addition, I'm also very supportive of opening up Edens in other communities. So if I can do anything to support that, I'd like to do that as well. But yeah, that's sort of roughly, that's sort of what I ran on more or less.
All right. Well, that's great. And congratulations on becoming Layer 1 delegate. Who else do we have hidden here? I see Evgeny is in the house, also a Layer 1 delegate. Do you want to jump on the mic, say a little something?
Hello. Do you hear me?
Hi, you're coming in not so clear, but let's give it a try anyways.
Oh, no, man.
You know, robots can be delegates too.
No, Steph, they cannot because we have a civil protection system.
There you go, Jesse coming in with the facts.
Maybe now my.
Yes, now you sound great.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Welcome to the fireside, Evgeny.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Was my first time when I've been chosen as a first level delegate, and I wanted to thank you. My room, it's Brandon Lovejoy and Max Cha. I participated in at an election where I presented my project, the Russian-speaking EOS community, like EOS. This is at first it's my Telegram channel and Twitter, YouTube, and other social media networks, and where I spread information about EOS. Interesting that today is exactly birthday of like EOS. It's 3 years since I started this work. And in an election, I wanted to find some funding to develop this project, to attract new authors, translators, and some assistants, because there is a lot of information about EOS, a lot of articles, a lot of meetings, for example, like Fireside Chat, and all of this. We should, in like EOS, we should take a part in all of these meetings and read and sometimes translate some articles and spread this information on our channels. So I want to spend my funds like level 1 delegates to develop and to attract new to develop this community and to attract new users to us.
All right, that's great. Did I understand correctly? You said this is your year 3 birthday for when you started working on EOS. Is that it?
No, on EOS I was on since the ICO.
I know you've been here a long time. I recognize you, especially in the NFT scene. I know you've been here a long time.
Yes, but my Telegram channel, like was when I started I create my Telegram group right on
3 years
12.
ago. Okay.
Yes, 3 years
That's
ago
great.
this
Well,
day.
happy Telegram channel creation birthday.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations for being elected level 1 delegate this term.
Thank you. Thank you all.
All right, next up, maybe we can have Daniel Keys join us on stage. Share a bit about his experience as a elected level 1.
Thanks very much for having me up. Yeah, this was my first time being elected as a delegate at any level. I've participated in most of the elections. I think I've missed 1 or 2 of them. Previously, I've never attempted to move forward as a level 1 delegate, and it was an interesting experience this time, getting moved forward for the first time. Another thing that was new for me in this election was typically every other election I participated in, there were very few people in the rooms that were trying to move forward as chief delegates. This time, everybody was moving forward, even in my first group, which is a cool sign of the progress we're making as a community. How we're becoming more, I guess, bought into this process and more, participating more. Or maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe I just happened to have a group of keeners in my group. But yeah, it was a really interesting experience. Still some kinks to work out. My experience began getting a phone call from Denny, who was in my group, phoning me to wake me up to say, "Hey, Dan, are you joining?" Because the UI had, I guess, some issues with the time zone or something that was telling me that it was going to start an hour later, and I had set my alarm a little too late. Luckily, though, I got the call and was able to join the room on time. So still some quirks to work out in the UI, and as you'll see by the consensus we came up, that's kind of one of the themes. But my general pitch was, I'm going to represent the consensus of this group to the chief delegates. And that doesn't end in this election. I'll continue to keep an open lines of communication with the group that elected me. Continue checking in on, the thoughts of the community that I represent, and committing to representing those thoughts to the chief delegates so that they can be heard. So after the election concluded and I was elected as a chief delegate, I created a Telegram group with the group. I did my best to summarize the conversation we had in the room. What I had, what I thought the consensus was, and had everyone in that room weigh in and confirm, yeah, it looks like you captured it correctly. Here's some little tweaks here and there. And thank you to Martin for setting up that L1 channel and the Google form. I went ahead and I submitted that consensus to the Google form. So now that it can be put on the record and all the chief delegates have access to it. And I had the pleasure, like I said, I didn't move past the L1 level. I was in the room with Nathan James and his platform to really work on defining the purpose of Eden resonated with me, and it was in line, I think, with the conversation that we had in my room. So I had the pleasure of electing Nathan to move forward as a chief delegate. So I'll quickly go over the bullet points I captured here for the consensus that my group, and thank you in particular, the group that elected me, Sebastian and Bishop from EOS Support, Denny Carriere from EOS Nation, and Nicholas Lorenzi, the group that elected me to move forward. And the consensus we agreed on is that Eden needs to focus on building and improving the tools and services that push the needle on growing the membership and the election turnout so that it can increase resilience and govern itself more effectively. In particular, we need more user-friendly member onboarding and election processes, and need to continue testing and improving as we continually raise the stakes incrementally. We need to expand Eden beyond the English-speaking community. We should look for opportunities to test Eden as an identity solution for new use cases with limited stakes. For example, Pomelo Trust Bonus, Bees Whitelist, Soulbound tokens. We support the current mission statement of Eden, which is to add value to the EOS network. Until the Eden community grows much larger, has a stronger representation across different languages and geographies from the broader EOS community, and has increased the resilience of its governance processes through iterative testing and development, Eden is not ready to be focused on a proxy or governance beyond the Eden community. In terms of the budget, I'll be creating a collection on Pomelo based on the feedback of my L1 group for projects that help push the needle on these themes that we agreed on. And I'll donate my budget to those projects in the collection.
Well done. That's great. Thanks for the great recap. Love that you guys captured the essence of your L1 room. I personally agree with a lot of what was said there in that statement. Probably agree with all of it, actually. And yeah, that's great to see. And thanks for sharing a bit today. And congratulations on getting elected once more.
Thanks for the opportunity to share.
All right. All right, next up, who do we have? I think we've got Jesse, who's next alphabetically as a Layer 1 delegate. Do you want to come on and say a few words, Jesse?
Yeah, hey everyone, Jesse with the Bees. It was an awesome election. Particularly exciting was the completion of phase 1 of our civil protection plan, and I'll get into it during this. But I want to just thank the people in my first group, especially Love Handles of the .gems team and Adam of EOS Detroit. There was also June Dam of D-Board, and me and June both wanted to move forward. But Adam and Love Handles, they work with NFTs. And if you work on a project with NFTs, you have bot issues. And they were very interested in using what I and others was building in term 4. And that propelled me to L1 Delegate. And so it's great that I'm empowered to continue building that. In my round 2 group, Rec Kid, Daniel Keys, and Nathan, I was very pleased to vote for Nathan. I'm so excited that he's participating and he's a chief delegate, and I'm sure he's going to do awesome. In terms of for the civil stuff, so what we've done is automatically distribute a non-transferable NFT. We're calling it a soulbound token. We think that's better for marketing. If you vote in the election, and because the election, everyone has to be in the same room, or not in the same room. Everyone has to be at the same place, at the same time, with their video on, having an intimate conversation for an hour. This is very powerful, just inherently civil resistant. We're formalizing it with the distribution of the soulbound token. And the more I think about it, the more powerful I feel like this solution is for a really big problem, a hair on fire problem out there in our community with bots exploiting NFT projects and others for the resources in those games and projects. So the next thing that we call it phase 2 is building a script. So NFT artists, for example, can check one of 2 things. 1, are you an Eden member? And 2, do you have at least one of these soulbound tokens? And we also want to design the script so that the client or the project can choose how hard or soft civil they want. Civil protection is not binary; it's a spectrum. So, just for example, a really hard civil is maybe you have to do 3 elections in a row over 9 months. That's a huge barrier, right? And you have to have 3 of these SBTs. Or maybe I did market research during term 4, and I spoke to Nifty Blocks, for example, and Juan, great guy. He was concerned, why can't I just authenticate my users just from the induction? I don't want to have them. I don't want to have my users wait for up to 3 months to go to the election. And so he wants the softest Sybil possible. But I was telling him that the induction is really not appropriate as a Sybil protection tool, at least how it's currently constructed. But anyways, so we want to build that script this term and complete a beta test. And so there've been a couple of artists that have joined the Eden community back in October. And so hopefully they can. So the idea is they would do a collection on EOS, an NFT drop that only Eden members who voted in this election are able to claim. And so that would be, to me, that would be complete phase 2. Hopefully we can do that by in this term 5. And I just want to thank everyone for participating in Eden, especially people in my group for voting for me. And it's always a great day, election day, and today, excited for all the work we can do this term.
All right, congratulations again, Jesse. And I'm curious, what's your track record in Eden so far? I think you've had some success in past.
Yeah. So I'm a 2-time chief delegate. I'm the only person who's achieved that other than Chris Barnes. And the times that I haven't been a chief delegate, I'm a 3-time L1 delegate.
Wow!
And
so you got elected 5 times? 5 out of 5?
Yes.
Batting 100%. That's great.
The Eden community has been very, very kind to me, and it's allowed me to build the bees and all of the tools, and I hope the community appreciates what I've done so far.
I think it's very clear that the community appreciates it. That's awesome. I mean, this is now a new item that I'm going to add to my wish list, my Eden wish list, which I'll share with you guys in a bit. A leaderboard for who's been elected how many times, all that stuff. Man, there's so much data I want to see about Eden, but we'll get into that in just a bit. Are there any other Layer 1 delegates? I think there are. Lenny, I see Lenny's in the chat here, also a Layer 1 delegate.
Yes. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, Lenny.
Okay, yeah. It's great to hear all these different summaries and similar. And first of all, I want to say thanks to Zack for that brilliant idea. And that's really, that's the kind of thing Eden members should have. They should have benefits, and we just got to figure it out how we do it best. But anyway, my background when it comes to Eden and EOS is I was here from beginning. And I've been to every trial election, also every election. First term, I did become level 1. Delegate level 1 or layer 1. And that was okay. But continuously up to this election, I've actually withdrawn my candidacy in level 1 because I saw skill sets better suited for the time in other people. And I'm happy to say the guys I withdrew for all ended up as CDs and very good ones. So that makes me real happy about that. But this time around, those that follow Eden discussions and Eden channels, they would have seen the frenzy of dialogue and discussion. And not always productive, or I would say mostly not productive. So I was determined this time that no, I need to get in at least to delegate level. So governance is one of my strong suits, as is accountability. And that's what I was going out with and was to pitch myself. Someone got in the way of that, actually. And I don't know, his name is Stephane. Because this guy, he said something about, we should have a recaps guy in every breakout room so we know what happens. And of course, that's a nifty idea, but that gave me an idea. That's what I started to do now. Recaps of each delegate through their breakout rooms. And that's what I pitched. Because accountability. A lot of us know who got elected. We can see it online, websites. Unfortunately, tricky to see history, but at least recent history. But what happened with the funds? Where did it go? A lot of people are working in the dark and working hard without really showing it or talking about it. But we want to keep some track. What did they promise to do? And there's no way of doing it very easy. So as level 1, that is my first priority, and delaying the bylaw review and similarly that needs to be done, and that I was going to pitch. And luckily I was in a group that had much the same thought, I would say. And they pushed me up with one addition, which we have heard a few times here already, that we have to make it easier to become an EDA member. We have to strengthen the rules for EDA members and also make the election process smoother. And I must say that the Upward bot have done great steps, and look forward to see the rest of it. So anyway, I became a L1 delegate, went up to round 2, didn't get any further, but that's a first also. First set of round 2 without consensus. But hey, consensus is also a decision. For us, it was mainly due to technical reasons. We had delays and other things, but that's life. You live by it and work on. But look forward to these recaps, because each delegate will... The thing is 25 to 30 hours of video in total. That's quite a bit. But I normally go through anyway to learn different characters and what is being promised. So I'll do a recap format, make it easy. So if anyone is interested, at least you can find easily the people you want to keep an eye on, and also find timelined the different commitments. So anyway, thanks a lot for those that trusted me, and I guess most of you, or some of you at least, know me. I've been here for a while, and I'm happy to be here and try to serve a community. Thanks.
Congratulations again, Lenny. Regarding the recaps for every room, I think it's great that you're offering to do that, but actually I think that should be kind of an established norm, community norm, where if you're elected level 1 delegate, you're expected to kind of come up with a nice little recap like Daniel Keys shared, and share that, but maybe someone needs to compile all of them. So maybe, Lenny, you don't necessarily need to go and figure out the consensus yourself by watching the room, but maybe, make sure every layer 1 delegates does it. I don't know, just throwing ideas out there.
I appreciate that. You might save me a bundle of hours. I'll work on that. You got good ideas. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Sometimes. Another idea I have, actually, and I have no idea if this is technically possible. Maybe I'll ask Yana to figure it out, or maybe other streaming experts we have here in the community, but it would be awesome to live stream every single room as it's going on. I think that would add a lot of excitement and watch party potential for these Eden elections. So maybe something to think about for next time. All right, who else do we have? We've got Tian here as well from EOS Support, who's a layer 1 delegate. Are you available to jump on mic for a bit?
Yeah. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, there's slight audio issues. I know we talked about that already, Tian, but just do your best, and we'll work with it.
Okay. I apologize if anyone can't hear me because my boss is sick, but a few days I got a little sick, but I want to share some as well, like another cities and layer 1 delegates on. So yeah, I'm deciding to expand on what is being to build into the Spanish community, the Spanish speaking community, because there are many incredible leaders and incredible people, and know that I have the opportunity to advocate to the members and the community. I'm open to help in any way I can. This is my first time getting elected as layer 1 delegate, so I got involved with Edgar and the Denia team to build it in Spanish, and I was able to talk with Jorge, what is in the main leader of the fractal Spanish, the Eden fractal Spanish, and they are progressively moving forward with incredible people as well. And now we have a good and great opportunity to incorporate tools within the Spanish community and improve it. And it's great to know that I'm not the only person involved in these systems and these protocols, because I was able to talk about on this with people who are also in Colombia. If some of you don't know, I'm from Colombia, and there are another members involved as well in Mexico, Costa Rica, Venezuela, Spain, Argentina, Cuba, and some other that I could forgot, but they are also involved. And I think that our community is aligning in the same direction, and that's great, and it's a good point. And that's why I would like to invite any member of the community, of the EOS community and the Eden community that are or is interested in the to participate in the test selection that will take place into the Eden Spanish, which is my main proposal for which I was elected as delegate layer 1. So I go to have amazing people in my rooms, um, like Robrigo, who is building fanzines, and I hear today what is he building and looks amazing. Gion and Sergio, who are community members within the community, and in the another room, I have Andrew, Michael, Barry, and Joshua as well. So who are members that have a with expensive experience on how they can help and contribute to the community. And if anyone are interested in participating in these elections that will be run on the Eden Spanish, is welcome. I strongly believe that Eden is gaining influence from the governance of Eden in other language, and at least for me, that is amazing because um, thanks to those people have the opportunity to do amazing things, and I want also thanks to the community that have their vote on my confidence and my trust. And yeah, I'm excited to share with you as layer 1 of delegate and what is to come.
All right, that's great, Jan. Thank you and congratulations once again. Vlad, are you available to come say a few words to the community?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome to the Fireside and congratulations.
Thank you. It was my second time being elected as a level 1 delegate. My promise was to continue working on the Eden fractal and the EOS fractal. I think with the EOS fractal we are building a great method how to onboard more people to Eden. So excited to work on that. Yeah, that's about it.
All right. Good stuff, Vlad. Thanks for sharing. Good luck in your term and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other Layer 1 delegates that I may have missed that are in here that want to say a little something? If not, we're going to wrap up these delegate words with Patrick, who tells me his mic is fixed and he's ready to go. But Patrick, before you jump on here, let's just give a second to see if there's anyone I missed. I don't think so.
Stephane?
Yes.
Stephane, I just want to recognize the other people in my room, since that is the protocol of the other level 1. I want to recognize Reset from Turkey, Francis from China, and Victor from Uganda. It was a global effort in our room, and thank you, gentlemen. And I hope that I can represent you during this term. So thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Barry. All right, and last but not least, I'd like to welcome Patrick Nova Crypto, Pat Nova Joy, one of the loudest, most passionate EOS community members since the very start. One of our new chief delegates, Patrick. Welcome and congratulations.
Yeah, hello Stephane, do you hear me well?
Yeah, baby, yeah.
That's the confirmation that I waited. Thank you very much, everyone. Very happy to be with you today. And okay. So I just want to say, everyone that has believing in me, thank you very much. To have voted for me or to have give me your support. Very happy with that. About my election, that was unexpected. I was late for the election. I was 15 minutes after the time. I have made the upvote bot reminder. I have made my phone reminder. I was sleeping because I was very late on the day before going to the bed. As always, very late, fast not sleeping. Was preparing my deck, my 3-slide deck for this election. And finally, I have Luke Stoke calling me into my Telegram. What are you doing? You come or not? And I was joining the election. I was into the round 1 with Luke Stoke and with Jerry of D-Goods. That was very well. They have supported me, so I go to the next round. And I have the chance to be with my inviter, Zack on May 2021. Last year, he was inducting me into Eden. So I have the chance to be with Zack in my room, with Xavier Fernandez of past term 4. And I was also with Red Ouderpool of Zeizen Global into the same room. They have gave me a lot of support into the room, seeing that I will be very committed and focused on what I do, because very committed as always. If I would not have the chance to be chief delegate on this term, or also maybe not delegate level 1, I have already been 2-time delegate level 1. But if I would not be anything of that, for me, that's changed anything. I feel me a member of the EOS community, of the Eden on EOS community, and I want just to continue what I do, as always. So what is my plan for this term 5 in the absolute, and also for Eden on EOS? First of all, I have made the chief delegate interviews, as I do at every term since the beginning. So I have interviewed Nathan James, NS James. You have the video. Stephane, thank you very much. You have interviewed me, and I have put the video just in time. All swarmed with the bees by Jesse Jaffe. I have made swarms for that. That's very needed. We have to market us. Otherwise, no one will market us. Then, what I have promised that I will do in Duro, I have stated that I will be very committed with the bylaws, because the bylaws have to be on-chain, common. That's not normal that we are on the EOS main net, and we have not even for the Genesis one the bylaws on-chain. So now we will have the bylaws on-chain, That's the first point that I want to be committed. The second point is the non-claimant funds of delegate level 1, or let's say non-claimant funds in general, have not to be stuck and staying into the hidden fractal smart contract. They will be going back to the treasury after X months variable, normally 6 months, but we can do something very flexible. So we will also have the bylaws very well crafted in bullet points, because the bylaws are like Shakespeare. This is not yet really bylaws that can be actionable and machine programmable, recognized by the smart contract. So we want bylaws very well crafted. For that, I am in contact with Max Shaw of Eden Korea, because by Eden Korea, they have the bylaws on chain. They have think about their process from bottom to the top. And that's what exactly I will do during this term. I am already in. We will do, I speak for me at least, but I will do that also in collaboration with NS James for sure. We are totally aligned that we need to have the process optimized, the process well crafted to reduce the probability to have bad intent into the Eden on EOS community, and that's begin by having process very well crafted, deterministic, and that's begin also by having the bylaws, as I stated, on chain. Also, the induction script has to be very well clear. Why only say, I agree to the peace treaty or I agree to the bylaws? That makes no sense. We need to ask some question to the guest or to the new member. What is your goal when you are joining Eden on EOS at least? Also test a little bit the English. And for that, a good induction script by Ben Sigman, but we will improve it, this script, and also have that on the web. And by speaking about the web, I am behind MindWeb, as you know, and going on Pomelo season 5 soon for the 5th time with Pomelo MindWeb. And MindWeb is an Angular piece of software knowledge base. So that will be into the Telegram, new member Telegram for Eden, where we have categories now in a Telegram. That's very well welcomed. We will have the mind map Eden dashboard, because I maintain the Eden dashboard for Eden since the beginning, where you have the video of the CDs that are mapped out. There will be also the Spend Explorer by Xavier Fernandez and Edgar Fernandez of Edenia. That will be mapped out. The recap of Lenny will be also mapped out. All will be connected. So I have a lot of work to do. And I will share here just a slide of my deck, not the 3 slide, but just this slide. And I think you have the message here. Slide. Okay. So that's exactly what I have presented during my rooms. That's exactly what I will do. That's my personal objective. It's to create platform model ecosystem for Eden on EOS, but also for Eden Fractal, because I am into the both side. I am since June with Dancing Joy at the core of Eden Fractal, also with Vlad, that was just speaking before. I am connected with them, and I announce here that I have gave today into the Eden Fractal that was recorded. I have gave funds to Vlad of Eden Fractal to continue the Eden Fractal integration, because we have tools there. And those integration that we do into Eden Fractal will benefit also Eden on EOS. So you see my plan. I do the special Eden on EOS videos. That's not just to say, hello guys, I am happy that you are elected. That's also to make some update about Eden on EOS. We have not to wait the end of the 3 months to have a regular update. So I will do regular update videos. I do also, as you know, the Antelope Swiss workshop, 4th season beginning on January 23rd. I announced already, I have Jesse Jaffe of the Bees. We will do an update about the mind map and the cockpit for EOS Bees that was released on December 23rd. I will have a video with Daniel Keys, Pomelo Season 5. We will speak about Pomelo. I have a video with Dancing Joy, Vlad, Tadas Veitukunas for an Eden Fractal update number 4. And I have Maurice Vanegas for the 18 UFI workshop. So I am committed, fucking committed. I do exactly what I say, because for me, it's all about testify your intent, do the things, deliver. So all what is written here, you have not even to ask me if I will do. I will do. There is no other way, because I cannot see into my glass, into my window when I wake up if I have not made what I have testified. So it's all about intent testifying, doing the things, deliver the things. That's features of trust. You cannot say of someone, I trust you. You can just check the things. So I checked the people with who I work. Jesse Jaffe, I love him. I work with him since September, October last year. I love to work with Dancing Joy into Eden Fractal, with Vlad, with Tadas Veitukunas, that I give also some funds. I fund basically other projects. I don't take any salary for me into this chief election, because I want to grow the value of EOS. And when I say I want to grow the value of EOS, I know what I speak, because grow the value of EOS means nothing. This mission statement is very poor. We will improve this mission statement. The mission statement, the common mission statement, common. The mission statement of Eden on EOS is to help communities of verified humans, that's the Sibyl check, wherever they are, build their own versions of Eden, whatever that may be, together, powered by EOS. That's that. And we will help other people to create beautiful things. All of that will come mind map Eden cockpit and mind map Eden Fractal cockpit, because I work for the two communities. I want to bridge Eden Fractal with Eden on EOS, that will be bridged, that will be interoperable. And so we need process well crafted into Eden on EOS. We need process well crafted into the circle of Eden Fractal, and then we can create the bridge. And when we have made all that, we can add on top of the Eden on EOS the people, the human, not the other way. We have to make bottom up. I am totally aligned with NS James. We will work in a good collaboration, but I will do my things. I will be also consensual with my fellow CDs. Very happy to be with Joshua Seymour, Nathan James, Joseph, and very grateful for my my people into my room, like Zack Gold. Thank you very much, Zack, for the support. Xavier Fernandez and Red Out Der Pool, that I will certainly also interview soon for an update about Zyzen Global soon. So thank you very much for your support, and go Eden on EOS, go EOS, and I can just say that I am very grateful, and yeah, baby!
Yeah, baby, yeah.
All right, good stuff, Patrick. Congratulations once again. All right, thank you everyone for sharing these comments. All of you elected delegates, that was really great. Looking forward to the next edition of this hot sauce in 3 months after the next Eden election. All right, so if you guys will allow me the next 2 hours, no, I don't know how long it's going to be, probably not 2 hours, but I've got a lot to say about this previous election. Um, where to start? Well, I've got a plan, so I know where to start. So basically, I'm going to start by sharing why I did the things I did on the January 7th election. And I'm going to list all of the strategies that I employed and what I learned in the process and the suggestions to Eden that I bring based on all of these learnings. So first of all, I'm going to share a few base assumptions that I had that I believe that impacted how I acted in the January election. So these are assumptions. Some of this is fact. A lot of it is speculation / my best guess at why I think people do the things they do. Of course, no one can really know for sure, but you gotta make decisions based on something. And so these are the things I believe, and I made my decisions based on these things. So okay, so let's get into it. So first of all, I believe that Block 1 and Helios are incentivized to try to unlock Brock's tokens that were frozen from by the block producers. Technically not Brock's tokens, technically the network's tokens, but Brock has a claim on them. Block 1 had a claim on them. They sold them to Brock. All of that brouhaha, whatever. To me, seems reasonable that they are incentivized to try to unlock these tokens. Han and some of the EOS community members have been for years vocally and actively trying to stop / forbid / disincentivize voting rewards on EOS, both on-chain and off-chain. They've been campaigning against voter rewards. That became My Vote EOS. That became the Eden Smart Proxy. That became the EOS Smart Proxy. This latest proxy is now being organized and supported in parts by Han, by Helios, and by Block 1 in some fashion or another. The Eden Smart Proxy, as it was presented leading up to the election, has a whitelisted set of block producers that Eden members can vote for. The whitelist conditions are set by the proxy owners. If a BP completes all of the conditions in a way that satisfies the proxy owners, then these BPs are added to the whitelisted list of BPs. Eden members can vote among the whitelisted BPs for which BPs they would like to see on the voting roster of this Eden Smart Proxy. There's no on-chain way to guarantee that the proxy owners will not add or modify the whitelist requirements in the future. From what I understood, the security model was basically, trust me, bro. This Eden Smart Proxy was presented with the ultimate goal of allocating 1% of the inflation to it, and a proxy that has 1% inflation directed to it will eventually force all voters to vote for it due to the extremely high yield and high share of total network inflation. That proxy will eventually control the top 21. Therefore, whoever controls the owner permissions of this proxy effectively controls the EOS network. The rest is theater. So if 1% inflation is allocated to only one proxy and not the other proxies in the network, then the network has basically been captured by the owner keys of that proxy. The Eden Smart Proxy was also promoted to large token holders using deceiving stats about the size and activity levels of Eden, of its community, of its proxy, and all of the activities related to it. The Eden Smart Proxy was also promoted to large token holders, whales, and exchanges as a way for them to increase their block producing rewards and profits by not having to give any voter rewards anymore. At the same time, this is sold to the community in a way that the BPs who get these extra rewards will reinvest them back into the community. Again, no on-chain mechanisms to force this. Just trust me, bro. Did the Eden Smart Proxy really think that, I don't know, for example, Bitfinex was going to invest more in the EOS community if they had increased block producer rewards? I personally don't buy that. Also, I think that the Eden Smart Proxy was promoted to both Eden members and large token holders in a deceptive way that masks the true intentions of the proxy creators and the proxy backers. which I assume would be Helios and Block 1, staking large amounts of tokens to it, their true intentions is to capture the network and unfreeze the Block 1 and Block tokens. I believe that Helios hired employees are paid to effectively work towards that goal, perhaps with or without knowing that they are themselves doing that. So I believe that the EOS network was under attack via the Eden smart proxy, and I felt I needed to defend the EOS network through Eden. So to recap, Block 1 and Helios are incentivized to try to unlock Brock's tokens, parentheses, Brock's tokens, and Block 1 and Helios were trying to use Eden to deceive large token holders in order to get them to vote for their game-breaking proxy. I'm not gonna check the comments just yet. I'd rather not go into discussions about each of these points. We can discuss that afterwards. Obviously, this is my opinion, and I'm just kind of painting a picture of what I was operating under. Like,
so you're not going to allow counter arguments to all these points, Stephane. You're going to go on a pre-record. You've pre-prepared this. You've labeled about 15 different points that could be talked about, and you're not going to allow an opportunity to respond?
Well, yeah, not just right now. I'd like to go over the other points that I've prepared. So if you want to take notes. I'm definitely ready to respond to them afterwards.
Well, it would be kind of topical if we could cover these now, since you've just thrown out a whole bunch of shit. You're not going to go, but go ahead. Yeah, keep going.
Well, I'm just saying, like, this is just what I believed at the time. You know, if that's the true reality of the situation, maybe it is, maybe it is not. I don't claim to have the ultimate truth in the world, but this is my truth, and those are the assumptions that I was operating under.
This seems to be a very controversial subject, and I think in the spirit of fairness, I don't think it's really right that you take advantage of your host position to choose the timing to come through a very well prepared and very well spoken. I will say that very persuasive argument to kind of ambush us a little bit. I think a proper debate is warranted if we're going to go at that quality level, and I think that was a quality. So let's do that, but let's allow other people to prepare, and let's do it right. Let's talk about it. Let's really talk about it.
All right, let's talk about it a bit. But like I said, whatever arguments you bring up will not change the fact that this is what I believed at the time, right? This is what I believed leading up to the election. So we can debate if this is true or not, but it's not going to change that it was true for me at the time.
I'm not even touching the content of your comments at all. I'm just suggesting that if we're going to really have this debate, let's make it a fair debate. You're a fair person, Stephane. Let's make it a fair debate. Let's give people time to prepare like you just did. You clearly did, and I'm giving you a lot of credit for that. But let's make it a fair debate, because it's an important debate. It's at the crux of the entire reason why we're all here, and half of us have one idea, and the other half have another idea. So let's agree on a day, and let's say maybe next meeting is dedicated to this. We have some brief household business, but basically we talk about this subject because it's an important one.
Yeah, I'd like to know, EOS didn't have time to prepare itself. If this is true, it's a subversive attack.
I just want to say something here, okay? Don't cut me off. Don't write me off, okay? Otherwise, I will sing. Don't write me off, okay? That was my last song, by the way. Don't write me off. And that was for a reason that I have made this song, because there is a lot of bullshit, okay? So, Eden and EOS, we have to be focused on the processes. The proxy, whatever what you want to call it, Toto, Titi, Vovo, Tutu, that's totally egal, okay? Now it's rebranded for EOS Smart Proxy. To be considered as a smart proxy, smart, so specific, measurable, ambitious, realistic, and in time. Don't just say smart to be sexy, but something to be very well crafted. So if you want to have a good proxy, you need to have good BPs in, okay? And this proxy, I have a campaign head for that. I was with Zack Goal, Xavier Fernandez into my room. I have also put a message. I had the ball to put this message into Telegram. I stated, I will not spend 1 minute of my time during this term 5 to waste my time to discuss about this proxy, because this proxy has nothing to do with what we have to do into this hidden on EOS. We have to find our raison d'être. We have to do bottom up. So I don't want any distraction. So this proxy should be managed out of hidden on EOS by someone very dedicated and by people that we can check and have the trust. For the moment, what I have seen for the permission on the smart contract, Denis Carrière has made a good job to demystify the permission behind the smart contract. That's very poor. That's very poor. So, Ovi, if you can't hear Patrick anymore, I fucking don't care. I say what I want to say here, and I don't want to have a debate on this proxy. Make a call, make a round table between you, Chris, Stephane, and others, and make this debate recorded where we have a civil debate and all with a moderator, because here I think it's not the place to waste our time now. We don't want to have more bullshit. Okay, sorry to be harsh, but that's what I mean. That's what I want to say, and thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
So if other people want to hear about this, can't they talk about it then, Patrick?
Yeah,
and you're welcome
exactly.
to turn your radio off if you don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. There will definitely be more proxy talk in the points that I've prepared. So if you don't want to hear proxy talk, very fair. Just disconnect, in my opinion. Chris Barnes, do you want to address maybe a few points here before I continue?
I think Marco, go ahead, Marco. You had something to say.
Agreeing with Patrick, at the very least, it's an overstep for the time being.
To talk about this is an overstep, or how it was?
At least for the time being, at the very least, we can say the smart proxy is an overstep to centralize around Ether.
Okay, well, fine. I mean, what would have been useful? I mean, this is obviously a prepared assault, Stephane, based on your beliefs, and that's awesome.
It's not cleared by anyone. This is just
not
me.
Cleared. It was clear, a clear assault, not cleared,
yes.
As in you received approval from your boss, which I'm sure you have. But regardless of that,
I did not.
You listed so many things
for this.
Yeah, I did. I said clear. Apologies for adding the D to the word clear.
Sure.
ED, I guess. So yeah, you've listed so many things. You spoke it fast. I tried to make notes as you went. Like each one of them is like it's one speculative point after another. So B1 and Helios are incentivized to unlock the vesting contract is how you started this. So why? So who? See, the thing is, does anyone in here in this room know the contract between B1 and Brock? Anybody?
No. If they would share it, then it would clear up a lot of this speculation. But as it stands now, I'm going to speculate on the contract.
So every private company should declare contracts to you, Stephane, so you can have a clear understanding of what happened. Or are you just going to assume a whole bunch, paint a speculative narrative around what you assume, and then attack Eden? Because all this is defending is your attack on Eden. That's what really happened, right? If we look at when the smart proxy was released, basically on the 22nd of December. Since then, 35 new members, all associated with the ENF and ENF and EOS Nation, were entered into the Eden membership and executed what seemed very clear. And there's so much good video. I encourage everyone here to watch the clips of the round 1 and round 2 rooms. There's so much gold in there about what really happened. And it was a coordinated attack. So why attack something that we knew had vectors in it? Like, for what purpose? Just to prove a point? Or because you really, truly believe that B1 and Helios are attacking the EOS network through myself? I'm some fucking evil master manipulator who's able to single-handedly attack on behalf of B1 and Helios, and then Waxa, I guess, because we're the only 2 Helios employees now. And somehow there's some coordinated attack. It's crazy to think that, but you think it, which is fine. But anyway, to the point, no one's seen the contract between B1 and Brock.
So this assumption that they want to unlock it, where does that come from? Who lost money in that deal? Did anyone lose money? Is Brock still being paid? Does
Block one
B1 even
lost
give a shit?
68 million tokens.
No, they were going to give it away anyway. I mean, your memory's better than that, Stephane. When that freeze was about to happen, B1 said, look, we'll give 30 million over to the ENF. We don't care. We'll give 1 million to Pomelo, 1 million to Eden, and the other 45 was going to go to Brock. Well, so B1 didn't want any of those tokens. The 45 to Brock, also, you don't know, no one, I don't even know the inside of that contract, but it's not a done contract. There's clauses in there, like this was a potentiality that was assumed. So no one's out. So this idea that there's some grand attack, and even if there was a grand attack, explain me this. How is it exactly that B1 or Helios could control the outcome of the proxy? If you look at the list of BPs in that proxy, you'll recognize almost all of them. Do you think they're going to just like all of a sudden do whatever B1 and Helios want? No, they're independent BPs. We have no ability to tell them what to do. It's never been, there's nothing. Ask any of those BPs, were you ever pressured that if you're going to sign up to this proxy, you got to do what B1 and Helios want? Never once has that ever come up, even once. So please explain to me, I'll give you a chance to respond now. How exactly could B1 and Helios, especially now that I'm removed from the MSIG, how do they have control over the proxy?
So all of these assumptions were when you were on the MSIG, to be clear, and before the rebrand and all that. So I'm just kind of explaining what I thought, at that time. But the way they control it is that you can change the whitelist requirements at any time. And these block producers that are now in the top 21, if they want to stay in the top 21, suddenly there are new requirements placed on them.
Okay, so you think we're going to bait and switch. So that's our big attack vector. That even, and also MSIGs, right? It's multiple. It's not a SIG. So even if I was
I'm
one,
saying that's
I didn't have control.
That could be a possibility. And I don't think, Chris, you're necessarily evil and executing on this plan. I don't know. I don't know what you know. I don't know what you don't know. You say Brock doesn't share all the things, which makes sense. Of course, he's not going to just share all his private plans and private finances or whatever. But still maybe working towards that goal unknowingly. So that's the answer. Just you could switch the requirements at any time. The owner keys can switch the requirements at any time. So regardless of, hey, who chooses the whitelisters, is the some sort of Eden style election or whatever it is. Okay, but that could change at any time based on the owner keys wishes.
Hey, if I could chime in here, covering the news for however many years, the big issue was that block producers were not incentivized to build the ecosystem. And Block One kind of proved there for a time that it wasn't building the ecosystem, it was just concerned with the tokens. And this seems to revert back to that. We had just talked earlier that the ENF doesn't hold enough tokens to distribute an over-the-counter sort of thing. So if at the very least, it does look like it's a reversion to pre-ENF development. Hard to argue against that.
Any other comments or question at this time for my assumptions before we go on?
Very happy with your assumptions. And I have the balls to say, it's not the fact that if Chris is good or if Chris is bad. I have already speak with a lot of time with Chris. I have a lot of respect for himself as a person, but I make a distinction between the person himself and the ideas and the data and the information I try to abstract. So for me, this proxy, whatever it is, how we want to call it, has nothing to do with our priority now. So I don't want to have noise, as we have since now 4 weeks, 5 weeks. We speak every day on that. So I want to be focused on our shit that we have to do to strive. Just that I want to say.
We know your position. Thank you. Okay, let's get into the good stuff now that the bad stuff is behind us. So those were my disclaimers. I'm going to go into some more assumptions and definitions of words before I go on. I'm going to talk about what my definition is of a game, what I love about Eden right now, what is the Eden optimal strategy in my opinion, what kind of proxy I would like to see, what does a highly powerful Eden look like, Eden rules, changes and proposals that I've thought of, and an Eden wish list. let's get into it. So the Eden protocol to me, is different than Eden on EOS and is different from the Eden operating system. The Eden protocol to me would be the hard and soft coded rules that make up the process of Eden, which distributes resources to its participant. The Eden operating software is the software written to facilitate such a process. And then Eden on OS is the EOS implementation of Eden, and currently the only implementation of Eden in the world that has significant resources in its treasury. All of that I'm just going to refer to as Eden in my speech and in the following points that I'm going to make. I'm also going to ignore any possibility of AI generated images or speech or anything like that. We're just going to ignore that rabbit hole for all of today. So why was I doing the things I was doing? I was doing it because I believe we must harden Eden in order for it to withstand the pressures that will be exerted on this system. First of all, what's my definition of a game? So in my opinion, any environment with multiple participants trying to achieve certain goals, and the likelihood of success for these participants depends on the quality of their decisions compared to the decisions of other participants. There are hard-coded rules that physically cannot be broken. There are soft-coded rules that, if broken, merit disqualification or removal from this environment or game. Unenforceable rules only advantage cheaters. That's kind of a basic core belief of mine, and that's going to be applied to all my behavior here, basically. Life itself can be considered a game. Soccer is a game, of course. Poker is a game. Eden is designed with game theory at the center of it. Therefore, to me, Eden is definitely a game. And I don't say this to be insulting towards Eden or towards people who believe Eden is a lot more than a game. That's just kind of the way I see life and the way I see Eden. Every game contains decision making will have winning strategies and losing strategies. Those strategies are not chosen by the players playing the game. Those strategies are derived from the current rules of the game by applying game theory to these rules. For example, video games sometimes update their game and then they introduce OP or IMBA characters, overpowered characters or imbalanced characters. And then you need more updates to adjust the balance of these, because this creates new strategies that are too powerful for the game to be fun, to be enjoyed. If you change the hard or soft-coded rules of your game, you change the game itself, and therefore you change the optimal strategies that must be employed to win in this new game. Viable strategies for games change drastically when played at high stakes compared to being played at low stakes. This is very evident for anyone that has played poker before. You play with your friends, there's no money on the line. You're not going to be making the same decisions as if you're playing with those same people, but suddenly there's a lot of money on the line. All right, now that we got that out of the way, here are some things that I really love about Eden. The political playoff process. I love it. It's super exciting. I don't know why it was changed to the upvote election. To me, political playoff sounds a lot more engaging and fun. But anyways, that's not really relevant. The excitement of election day in all of the community, that's amazing. People passionately campaigning about how they want to improve EOS in the weeks leading up to the election. Absolutely amazing for a community. People being engaged on EOS. Longtime community fund members getting funded to work on EOS projects they love. That actually, while I was writing this out, is I realized, I think, the ultimate superpower of Eden right now. And that is to be able to elevate and reward and recognize longtime EOS community members that have contributed so much to this community. And I think, regardless of what you all think about everything else I'm going to say, I think we can all agree that the chief delegates that are elected every term are absolutely amazing and amazing people in the EOS community, and the Eden system is able to find those people, and we can celebrate that. So I think that's absolutely great. So yeah, Eden has proven its ability to recognize great EOS contributors. I think that's the greatest superpower of Eden right now. It's always a constant and pleasant surprise at who finishes chief delegates every single time. I'm surprised, and I'm pleasantly surprised. I was watching the L2 votes coming in live on that election page. And when I saw Zack voting for Patrick for chief delegate, I literally cheered in my seat, and I was super excited about the possibility of Patrick becoming chief delegate. And we were watching the rooms, and we're like, had a little watch party with some friends type of deal, and like, oh, this room is not achieving consensus, and then suddenly the whole room the votes changed, and the room achieves consensus. That's super exciting, and I look forward to the next Eden election for that stuff. EOS community members feeling FOMO and reaching out to me at the last minute to join Eden because of what I said, because what I said resonated with them, and they wanted to have their voice heard. So I thought actually you need to be Eden 48 hours before the election. And that's what I told everyone when I was saying, hey, get in there, you need to be in there at least 48 hours, blah, blah, blah. The last day, a lot of people reached out and were like, hey, Steph, is it too late for me to get in Eden? And I was like, actually, yeah, no, it's not too late. I was misinformed. You can get in. And so there's a lot of people that joined in the last day that, they felt the FOMO. I gave them plenty of heads up, but still they're last minute. And then, they want to FOMO into the election because they're passionate EOS community members. So all of that, I think, is super exciting. And I love Eden about, for all of that stuff. All right. So what is the Eden optimal strategy, in my opinion? So what is the EOS of it all, if you will? In my opinion, Eden's ultimate goal is not building consensus. It's about winning elections in order to gain the associated rewards with winning those elections. I know that's going to be very shocking to many of you that I don't think Eden is ultimately about consensus building, but about winning elections. The rewards for winning an Eden election include resources, impact, influence, prestige, and reputation, in my opinion. I can kind of define what I mean real quickly. Resources, of course, you get some EOS from the treasury to invest in whatever, advancing your election platform. You get impact. You get to impact the Eden community. You get to impact the EOS community. You're given a platform to share your ideas. You get influence kind of in the same way. You can influence a lot of things. You can influence other delegates, etc. You get prestige. Of course, I think people are proud, to win an Eden election, kind of, getting the buy-in from the community that they like what you're doing. And you get reputation gain, of course. And there's probably a whole lot more of these rewards for winning an election that all of you think, right? And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. If you guys want to jump in here at any time, jump in. We don't have to wait for me to finish the whole shebang. We can jump in. We can discuss each point as we go. Let's just do it. That's fine. The magnitude of the rewards for winning an Eden election is dependent on the Eden treasury and the EOS stake that Eden members can control. So, of course, last election, the treasury was kind of low. Was not that many rewards, perceived rewards for winning the last election. Turnout was kind of low. I personally, that was the first election I missed. I chose to hang out with friends and family instead of going to that election because I thought, the rewards were too low and I had bigger rewards hanging out with my family and friends. All of a sudden, there's 500,000 more in the treasury, and there's the potential that large token holders would support this Eden smart proxy. So it's obvious, it was obvious to me, I mean, this is an assumption, but it felt obvious to me that Block 1 is likely going to stake to this Eden smart proxy based on the things that, the smart proxy organizers were saying. So to me, not only were there significant resources available, through the Eden treasury for this election, but also potentially significant EOS governance power available to those who participated and won in the Eden election. So if the stakes are much higher, people are going to put much more effort into winning an Eden election. All right.
Hey, well, just on that point, let's tease out one thing.
Yeah.
How does the winners, the delegates and chief delegates of this current election, how does that change anything about smart proxy, if that's some sort of attack vector by B1 and Helios. Explain to me what changes.
No, I'm just saying it's high stakes because these elected delegates may get to control. Let's just put some random numbers out there. Let's give Helios.
But they don't right now. You're not answering the question. You're talking
No,
about
they don't
future
right
state.
now. You're right.
Future
You're right.
elections, maybe. What about this election? This actual election, what difference does it make?
Well, no, they don't right now.
The answer's not. The answer makes no difference.
Well, Chris Barnes, they don't right now, but Block 1 may choose to stake 80 million votes or whatever at any point to the EOS smart proxy that is controlled by Eden members. That may happen before the next election.
How is it controlled by Eden members? Exactly. Okay, so let's say they stake
I'm not
today,
saying it's
right
controlled.
now.
I'm not, Chris. I'm not saying it's controlled, but I'm saying the stakes are high because the Eden members that are elected will have high influence over 80 million stake.
How? How will they have that? Explain to me how that changes. Tell me.
Well, because Block 1 is going to stake to the EOS Smart Proxy. The EOS Smart Proxy is going to allow Eden members to vote on certain BPs to see which of these BPs get the 80 million stake.
Right. How many BPs are on the list right now?
I don't know.
Well, you should have done your own work. It's 21. It does matter. It doesn't matter. You sure it doesn't matter? Why doesn't it matter? Because you can vote for up to 30 BPs. Then the voting doesn't matter, right?
I agree.
So your point's actually kind of irrelevant, is my point.
I agree. But
you
these
agree
things,
it's irrelevant.
How many BPs on the whitelist, how much stake to the proxy, those things could change between now and the next election, right? And if that does change, then suddenly turns out that the prior election was really high stakes because now Eden members have influence over 80 million of stake. That's what I'm saying. To me, I felt like, oh my God, this may happen in the next term. So this election may be very important. Maybe not. Maybe that's not true. Maybe that's a false assumption on my part. That's very possible. And we're going to find out, I guess, in the next 3 months, if there is actually significant stake allocated to a proxy that allows Eden members to choose the BPs that votes for.
You just seem to be defending a lot of your decision making based on this imminent threat theory.
Yes.
But now you're realizing you're admitting that there is no imminent threat. There's just a possibility of threat. So therefore you must.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a possibility. Exactly. And that manifests in the form of anyone now can rank the BPs that are on the whitelist that are controlled by this private group that are all have nefarious means and trying to take over the chain. But even in light of that, we're going to let in more than 30 BPs now. And that's what's really important because then those on this Eden community now can vote which of those BPs on the list actually received the vote or not. That's what you defended against. That's what all this was about. Just, am I getting it? Is that basically it?
Yes.
Shouldn't the goal be to encourage the community to select their own 21?
Yes.
Any proxy can do whatever it likes, of course. This proxy is electing or suggesting to use this community to help curate it and run it. But that's being made ever more unrealistic. See, what I take from all this is gratitude to the attackers of Eden, because that's also what happened here. There's a perceived attack and a potential threat from B1 and Helios, the boogeyman in the room, who, when you really look at it, have zero control over this. So it's a totally strawman argument. But the real attack that did take place that we witnessed was on Eden itself. That actually took place. It's seen in the videos. Stephane, Jen in your room, her exact words were, she was your proxy. That is equivalent to a civil attack, even though it's not technically that. It basically is that, because she was only going to vote in line with what you told her to. I'm guessing if she didn't end up in your room, go figure, you would have just PM'd her in Telegram, saw who she was in a room with, and told her who to vote. So, I mean, that's blatantly cheating. And as long as I guess you're owning up to that and you're proud of it for some reason as well. But I mean, it is defying the rules of Eden, trying to break it successfully.
Not only am I owning up to it, and I'm going to share everything I did, not only am I proud of it, I think I'm actually one of the most valuable players in the last Eden cycle because of the things I've done, because of the attention that now is being brought to these flaws in Eden as it exists currently, which are flaws that I think if the Eden elections become very high stakes, these flaws are going to crack the system completely open. And I don't want Eden to fall apart. I don't want the EOS community to destroy itself from the inside if all of a sudden the Eden members are controlling, let's say, 130 million votes of EOS, right? If that happens, I don't think the Eden as it currently stands is able to withstand such pressure. Yeah.
Well, it's too bad. I mean, it's too bad you didn't recognize the threat and actually just try to fix it without explicitly attacking it. Because there's two ways you can do it. You can be a white hat, you can notice a problem and then work with the team and those involved to try to fix it so it doesn't happen, or you just attack it and cause stalemates, cause people in your room to not move forward, waste the time. Like you had people who could have moved forward in your round, you stalemated it. There's some other rooms that were stalemated. There's other individuals who didn't get funded that could have based on this attack. So you've also heard other people who could have benefited from the funding for the benefit of this community. Instead, you just proved your point, which you didn't have to do.
I actually had a Stephane proxy in my room and made that argument that he's not here, so I believe I count you as half a person, sort of. But at the same time, I knew his record, and I was happy with the explanation. And the person stepped aside because once he heard what I had to say, it was in line with Stephane's interest. Now, perfect, no, but recognizable, and definitely, yeah, definitely a threat area. But at the same time, the proxy was done responsibly and open about it. It didn't hide who he was proxying for. I think that's part of the issue. I think part of the subversion is that there are other people out there supposedly working for another entity that are hiding that.
So I was under the impression that proxies are allowed in Eden. You know, when Eden started, I think that's one of the features is like, hey, you can run for election on your platform, or you can run for election on someone else's platform. So to me, having what I call friend proxies in the election was totally fine. I had 4 friend
That's different than telling
proxies.
someone how to vote. That's different than
So
telling
I
someone
had
how to vote.
4. Yeah, fair enough. I had 4 friend proxies in the election. I explained to them the situation of EOS, the situation of Eden, as I understood it. I explained why I thought it was super important to get more people in this election to promote my vision and mission in Eden. And there are no minimum requirements of knowledge about EOS or Eden required to enter the Eden system. Is that correct? Probably not. Are there more restrictions that should be placed? Probably yes. But there weren't at the time. And the thing is that, you know, in this election, there was one issue that was much more important than all of the rest, right? The Eden Smart Proxy, the 1% inflation. That was kind of the most important issue this election, in my opinion. And there was clearly 2 sides to that issue. Some people support it, some people were against it. So when I was thinking about all this, I was like, oh my God, what if the people supporting this proxy are right now actively getting a ton of people into this election? If I don't do the same thing, we're going to lose. So because that possibility exists, because that strategy is available to people, if I didn't do it and then the opposing side did it, we lost automatically. So I felt the need to do as much as I could to get as many people aligned with my vision and mission for Eden into this election. And I don't think I did anything wrong by doing that. And I don't think having a friend proxy and being like, hey, here is the situation. People who work for Helios or support the Helios, I think should be blocked. And if you want to have my opinion on various members in your room, very happy to share my opposition research that I've been doing over the past months. Was I compiling a list of people and their opinions on the proxy over the last month as we were having all of these discussions in Telegram? Absolutely I was, because I wanted to have research material available to me when I'm in a room with someone. Hey, what have these people been saying over the last few weeks? You know, and I don't hate people that don't have the same vision or mission as me. I don't think they're lesser people, anything like that. I fully respect everyone's opinion. Everyone has different opinions. That's great. But I want to be prepared. I'm doing research. I'm compiling data. I'm preparing myself for this election, you know, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And if the stakes are high enough, everyone will be doing this, because those who do are going to be more prepared and have higher chance of winning than those who don't. Therefore, everyone needs to do this. And that's kind of the point of me sharing this today, is I want to elevate everyone's Eden game. Hey, here's the strategy that I thought of and I executed, whatever. Here's what I was doing. Now everyone knows about this strategy. Great. The playing field is level. We're now all playing Eden at a higher level. Let's see what new strategies emerge. Because if I don't share this information, I keep it for myself, I'm likely going to continue having an advantage in Eden in the coming elections until these strategies are kind of obvious and everyone knows them. Well, at that point, the strategies that win when most of Eden are not thinking on this strategic level are going to be different than the strategies required when everyone is thinking on this same level. So that's part of why I'm doing this Eden Strategy Masterclass today, to share kind of my thoughts on Eden strategy, how I see the game being played, how I think the game should be played.
So if I show up,
the issue with
if I show up,
yeah, go ahead, Perry.
No, I've already spoken. Go ahead, Jorge, please.
Yeah, the issue of considering Eden as a game and self-appointing the role of elevating the strategy of Machiavellism in Eden will be all right if the same person belonging to EOS Nation didn't have the exact opposite position when dealing with Pomelo, for example. There were a lot of people last season in Pomelo that were unqualified because they also invited friends to donate to their Pomelo. Those were friends that didn't know much about the EOS ecosystem, but still they friends that made their donation, and those people were unqualified, and they were unqualified by EOS Nation and by the Pomelo team, which, as far as I know, you are part of. So I'm calling here your hypocrisy of taking one position in Eden and taking the exact opposite position regarding Pomelo. And the one thing that concerns me here is that you are part of the people that is at this moment deciding who is going to be accepted as a grant receiver for Pomelo and who is not going to be part of that. And really, here, with all my tranquility and in front of everyone, I call your hypocrisy of taking yourself the role of self-appointing as if you were some kind of superior soul, the role of elevating the unscrupulousness of the Eden election game.
Fair enough. I respect your opinion. I'm not part of the team that decides if a Pomelo public good is a public good or not. I'm not part of the team that analyzes the cyber defense, but I understand that I am part of the team. I'm out there marketing, promoting, hosting pitch sessions, etc. So that's fair. I'm not going to go into Pomelo topics right now, other than saying the Pomelo team does the best. I believe that the Pomelo team tries as best they can to prevent cyber attacks on Pomelo. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave that there. On Eden, the things that I did are not specifically prohibited in the rules of Eden, unlike some of these attacks going on Pomelo are specifically explicitly prohibited in the rules. So if some of the behaviors that I exhibited in this election are not welcome by the majority of the Eden community, very possible, let's codify that in the Eden bylaws. Let's have explicit rules for inductions. Let's write it out very explicitly so that the next time someone does something like I did, that it can be clearly, yes, this is allowed, or no, this is not allowed. Because if you have unenforceable rules, or if you have unwritten rules that you hope everyone will follow, that works when the system is small and when the stakes are low. But I want to know what's going to happen to Eden when the stakes are extremely high. And when the stakes are extremely high, these unwritten rules are not going to be followed by all players. And so I think we need much more explicit rules, that's going to allow or prohibit all sorts of behaviors.
You could have made that happen, Stephane, by being a contributing Eden member and making that happen without actually breaking it. And that's the part that I think is kind of unexcusable. You've gone out of your way to attack something. You've wasted a bunch of time, a bunch of other people. You could have just been collaborative and made the suggestions to add the rules to fix this attack that you clearly saw possible. Instead, you and others chose to attack it explicitly. And that's, I think, unexcusable.
I didn't have
the time to chat. Okay.
I didn't have the time to convince the current Helios chief delegates to change the rules of the game before the next election. I had.
Did you try? Did you ever reach out to us? Because we're not the only ones on it. There's other
No,
people
I
on
agree.
that
I
chief
agree.
delegate. It
I'm
wasn't just
not
me and
saying it
Wexa.
would have been impossible. It could have been possible. That could have been a way. I did not choose that way, and I fully take full responsibility for that. So
For
yeah. So just gonna,
clarification, what was the timeline on the 500,000 EOS and the smart proxy being announced?
couple days.
500,000 EOS came on December 7th. The smart proxy was talked about well in advance of that, but really was announced, I think, around the 20th or 22nd of December is when the light paper came out.
Thanks.
Can I butt in here? There's no hand raise on Discord.
Yes. Get in there, Julie.
Hey, so I feel like this will be a valuable thing to extend maybe to another scheduled time. Maybe, are you still doing on the 18th, the earlier fireside chat?
No, so that's something I wanted to mention earlier. So that idea has been scrapped. I don't think it works for the majority of the community. We're going to keep these firesides at this time.
Okay.
We do want to make this content more available to other communities. So we are working on ways of making that happen. But we're not going to change. We're not going to fuck with the times. Sure. I think it works for a majority of people. So we're going to stick with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I only brought that up because all these debates, because of the time, the person that actually came up with the idea over a year ago is never available because he's in Seoul, Korea, right? And so he's probably maybe about to wake up, but that's Han and everybody that was part of his Eden election where he became a chief delegate. They heard about his idea maybe for the first time in that last election. I don't know if that was 1 or 2 elections ago, but that was some time ago, and he had even come up with the idea a long time ago, as you noted. I forget what it was called, the voter proxy. You coined the term, right? Whatever it initially was. But that was but that was like the original concept was just, and I don't necessarily agree with some of the things even that persist with the concept today, was, as you noted, he wants to get rid of or expose vote trading and not remove voter rewards. But the primary thing is he's never available to talk and stick up for his idea. It wasn't Chris Barnes or Helios or Block One's idea, and I'm not fighting for it or not fighting for it, but it's just he's never here to talk about his baby.
That sucks.
Which is unfortunate.
Sucks. Yeah.
So everyone in the Western community is like, this Chris Barnes Eden smart proxy, somehow attack on EOS. But it was actually, the idea was handed in the direction of Eden because people were critiquing the original idea, which was, this is Han's idea to somehow get his standby producer into a 21 position and paid better. And so he said, okay, well, how do we diversify that? What other options do we have? And so we started looking at Eden, and then he thought, well, if Eden grows, then maybe that's the way to hand over management of the proxy. And so those are kind of the origins of the smart proxy. And I think it's really unfortunate, almost a disservice to his effort on the whole plan because he's never available for these fireside chats. But maybe next time.
I stated in the chat, I disagree with many of Han's ideas over the years. I respect him as a person. I think he has honorable intentions. I really think Han is doing the best he can to bring the most value he can to the EOS community. I respect him for that. I think it's misguided in some places. I think he's wrong in some places. But, I don't think, he's evil. But maybe he was lured in by Helios and Block One's massive stake in order to collaborate with them, in order to advance his agenda, not through not for malicious reasons, but just because he sees this as a way to gain more stake behind his vision.
Right. Yeah. Valid. Good speculation. That's a fair point. I would think, for the sake of everyone on the call that's wanting to do anything but talk about this, maybe next time, next Wednesday, if I'm in town, I'd love to try and fill in some of the gaps, because I have a pretty solid view about everything going on behind this. Mainly because my only personal directive for years, if anyone has seen my name, is sock puppets. I don't particularly care about vote trading. I do wish it were more public, so people didn't have to send money to a private account on an exchange to participate. But I would love on-chain mechanisms for that. I'd love a public vote exchange. That'd be awesome, you know. But anyways, perhaps next time we can schedule a time where I can say, here's what's going on, and I don't have any personal qualms. It's part of why my pseudonym is why I stick with it, and why I'm so rigid, as far as it does allow me to kind of speak freely and openly. And so I'd love to give my perspective on it next time.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you want to come on Fireside, you want us to block off some time for you to share your thoughts, absolutely. Anytime. You've been one of the top contributors in EOS since the very start, and I learn something every time you speak, so definitely all for that.
To give a heads up or a TLDR, I don't have any personal stake in its success or failure. So if it fails or if it goes nowhere, it does not impact me whatsoever, and I keep doing what I'm doing every day. So it's
to give a bit of context for people. I don't think you mentioned it, but Chris Barnes was removed himself from the owner permission of that EOS Smart Proxy, and he was replaced by Joe Louis. In case some of you weren't aware and didn't read thousands of messages over the holidays on this topic.
Correct. So anyways,
and I think that was great. And when I saw that, my trust in that proxy, increased for sure.
Another tidbit before I shut up is it doesn't need to impact inflation. It doesn't need to have system rewards or any hard things coded in contracts anywhere in the near term. I mean, obviously, I think Aaron and all the debates in Telegram have pointed out quite clearly. And honestly, I was going to come in and congratulate you. I take a different perspective and say Eden needed to get attacked in the open. Nathan outlined this. I was hoping he was available, but I don't want him to step away from his child. Nathan outlined this exact play a month before the election. And so it is something that needed to occur. And I think the fact that it did happen in a live election, it makes it all the more poignant that we need to evolve it. And it needs a lot of time and growth and evaluation.
And it wasn't performed by someone with malicious intent against Eden, right? It was performed by someone who's been in the community for a long time, and hopefully you guys recognize that my intent was not malicious, and that my intent was to strengthen Eden, actually. It was not to attack, to weaken it. It was actually to strengthen it.
So Nathan is the Klaus Schwab of EOS, is what you're saying.
Yes. All right. All right. Let's keep going with some of my other points. So, when in an Eden election,
real quick, Steph. I need to break the ice here and share something. It's from the members group of Eden, and I thought it was hilarious. And I got to run to get dinner soon, so I want to drop it. Luca Peric. By the way, I am most jelly that Steph's friends care enough to join Eden and support him. And Aaron from Greymass just replied that his own team at Greymass wouldn't even join Eden for an election to support him. So props to you, however you were able to get your friends to do this. Congratulations on that. But I have no other comments on the rest of it. I need to go.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Zack. I pleaded with them, and I tried to make it make them understand how important I thought this was. And, you know, I guess I've brought enough value to them in their life previously that they felt okay to invest, you know, a couple hours for me for this election. And for Eden, these people who knew nothing about Eden invested their time in order to help me strengthen Eden. So they're heroes in my opinion.
Wow. Did you just say that?
Mind blowing, isn't it, Perry? You're learning so much today. Your mind is blown. I love it.
I feel like I'm on Twitter Files.
That would have been a great name for this, the Eden Files. Yes. Eden Optimal Strategy maybe was not the greatest branding. I think Eden Files would have been better. All right, back to the Eden Optimal Strategy, or the EOS of it all, if you wish. So when there's an Eden election that has one issue that is much more important than the rest, the best strategy to promote your mission and vision on the issue is not to have great consensus building skills. I'm sorry, guys, but that's not what determines the outcome. What determines the outcome is if you outnumber your competitors. So I haven't ran the math, but it's easy to see that if there's a side that has 4 times more people showing up to the election, right, and when we're in rooms of 5, then clearly that side is going to potentially sweep the election, which makes sense in my opinion. If there's 80% of an electorate that believes a certain thing, that view should come out as a winner in that election. So that's not bad. That's just basic game theory of Eden, is that number one, it's a numbers game. Get as many people that agree with your vision and mission into the game as possible. That's what gives you the best chance to win. If both sides are equal, however, then the only thing that matters is consensus building. And that's when Eden really, really shines, and the magic of Eden can be experienced. If there's even representation on a bunch of issues, then it's really, okay, who are the best consensus builders in that room? And then that's the only thing that matters. But if there's more electors that show up on one side or another, that's the more important thing, right? So kind of Eden first principles.
Okay, Stephane, just something on that. I think you're 100% accurate in this statement. And I think this is something that, for those of us who have been around from the very beginning of the origin of Eden, there was this idea of inviting people you trusted, for example. And there was this, and it was arguably a very high bar, like someone you trust with the keys to your wallet, which is insane. Or then I heard another joking one was like people you'd let babysit your kids. I mean, that's a high bar, right? That's hard. And the other, I think part of why that bar was set so high was this idea of having a culture and enculturating something that the community is really striving towards. It's like a deliberate community of aligned intention. And what you're talking about is the opposite. You're talking, and it's fine because it's not, the rules don't define this aligned intention to the point we've heard from many people that the vision and the mission of Eden is too loose. We don't even know what the hell we're doing. So it's totally accurate. So I think that's, a key thing we're learning from this is that if communities like this are to be formed, they need to be far more deliberate about what they're here to do and why people join and why they're there to participate, versus your point here that you just flood it with as many people who will agree with you as you can, whether you pay them from some Fiverr contracting, pay them all $5 to show up, and flood it with 100 people or 500 people or whatever. That's part of the rules, and it's all fair game. And I think that's an interesting outcome to see that.
So another point on that, right? I don't know exactly how the permission structure works for Eden and the Treasury or whatever, but from some discussions I've seen is like, I think the Eden Chief Delegates have full access to the entire Treasury. Basically, they're the owner keys of that Treasury. I don't know if that's accurate or not. Maybe someone can chime in.
Active key, yeah. They have the active key.
So they could just, haha, got you guys, take all the money, game over, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so there was $500,000 on the line for this election. There was 25 people who showed up. If someone got 300 people in here, and kind of just flooded the system had no way of stopping that before the election. They would have won all the seats, and they could have just taken all the money and ran. How much does it cost you to get 300 people into the system? Let's say you pay them $100 each. That's 300,000. So you invest $300,000. You overtake Eden, and you win $500,000 from it. Game over. Eden's done. Treasury drained. attacker wins $200,000.
There's one defense. There's one defense though. I'll just add the one defense, and that is the active keys currently are not automatically transferred to the next set of chief delegates. It's a manual process. So if it was a clear attack like that, then there's a good chance that hopefully the current CDs are somewhat real and valid, and they won't hand it over.
So so the keys do need to. So the current CDs need to
Handoff.
voluntarily give up their power.
Yeah, there's a handoff.
Correct.
I think that's better than an automatic system that could just be game over, like I just said. Okay, cool.
If I can chime in real quick, I think what the coordination of the level ones and like efforts, like I was thinking of sponsored productivity meetings, but for all Eden members, getting more people involved outside of the election to show them that there's tangible reasons for being here, the SPTs and whatnot, will make it a lot more costly to try and overtake the system in the way you described. And it could be valued that whatever the treasury is, that's how much we're going to extend the value of Eden members. Make sense?
Not sure I followed 100%. I got distracted by some chat. One of my points actually that I was going to address later, but might as well jump into it now, is that the cost to enter Eden is crazy low right now, right? It's like $3, okay? The prize pool available in election, $450,000. So for this past election, the treasury divided by entry fee ratio was 150,000. Absolutely insane, and that should never be the case again. So I think that the entry fee needs to be variable, and it needs to be based on how much treasury is currently available. So as the treasury goes down, the entry fee goes down. As it goes up, the entry fee goes up. So I don't know exactly how much. I don't know exactly what that treasury to membership ratio needs to be, but I think that's something that needs to be addressed, as soon as possible.
I was taking more of a carrot approach where existing members find it more valuable to have their independence. It's a more complicated solution, but it's something to think about. Just being a member gives you enough rewards that you wouldn't want to sell it or sell your vote.
Well, I need to say that the idea of an ambush crossed my mind as a possible.
I'm sorry. Should I continue? I mean, it's probably an evolving process.
I didn't hear you.
Well, definitely an evolving
We'll
process.
speak later on.
Okay, not sure what's going on there, but let me move on to my next point. So when the cost is low to join Eden, when that ratio is extremely high, it's a great strategy to get as many people as you can in while that cost is low. And then once you have a lot of people in, you want to increase the cost of joining. You want to increase friction as much as possible to make it harder for new players to join after you've gotten a lot of people in, when the cost was low, which is admittedly exactly what I'm proposing, what I did and what I'm proposing. Not because I'm malicious, just because this is the obvious Eden optimal strategy that flows from the rules that have been established.
I think you're making complete sense, and in the sense that yes, it is attackable. And so I asked myself, why didn't I attack it that way? And the answer I give to myself is because it's wrong. It's not right. It's not what I agreed to do to the people that I joined this group from. And the fact that it came from the ENF, the people who currently hold the power and are responsible for our trust, hold our trust, it came from them. I think it's an actually indictment of the ENF. And those people, you say you did it independently, but apparently not. Apparently Nathan was involved. So this is actually an attack of representing civilization.
No, I disagree with that. That I'm not sure why you're making that inference. That has nothing to do with DNF, and I'm not sure why you're even bringing Nathan into the mix.
Because people like to speculate on all sorts of things that maybe aren't truthful. It sucks, right?
Or that's okay.
I didn't bring up Nathan. Somebody else brought up Nathan.
No, I could speak to it. So I myself, Nathan James, and Brandon Lovejoy inducted Jen. I was pretty open about the fact that I was doing Eden inductions during the hours of this fireside chat during the Christmas holidays because we weren't doing them. So Steph asked if we could induct his friend. I didn't see an issue with that. If any of you guys would have messaged me and said, my friend wants to join Eden, I can't do the induction, could you induct them? I would have said yes. So, and I'm the one that pointed that out to everyone about the inductors because I think Chris inducted someone and was getting shit for it. And I just pointed out that, hey, like me, Nathan, and Brandon inducted this other person that everyone's kind of up in arms about.
I understand.
So that's where it's coming from.
I understand how Jen became a celebrity. She really appreciated the message that Edgar posted the next day. She was kind of worried at the reaction, seeing all the chatter in the Eden community after the election. But that message from Edgar, really reassured her, and so that was really nice. So definitely want to thank Edgar for that. Also, if we could not dox my other friend proxies by sharing their names all over, I'd appreciate it. I understand it's not against the rules and the videos are out there or will soon be out there for those that are missing, and everyone can go see what their names of my friend proxies were. I just don't think it brings really benefit to anyone. And if we're gonna start trying to dox people in real life based on their Eden names, then that's not really welcoming to new people. For example, Rec Kid, I think, had some people trying to find out his real name or whatever. I didn't follow that whole drama, but I just think that that's a bad strategy if we want to, get more people into Eden.
At the very minimum, we need an infiltrators list based on their EOS account. That's the very minimum.
You can go out and do that research and compile those EOS account names. Absolutely, everything's on the blockchain. Everything's.
I thought this experiment was for the benefit of the community. If it was, and if it was not an attack, then that list should be forthcoming.
All right, I respect your opinion.
In terms of this, just the idea, because I know some have said it's not an attack, like it's so language can be what it means and to each their own. One thing that's interesting, and I encourage everyone here to take the time to do it, throw on some headphones and just listen. You don't have to watch, but listen to all of the different rooms. I think it's really illuminating to hear how certain people, I was quite a few people who said, I'm new, I have nothing here, but I have one election question, and it's about the proxy. So the idea that all these disparate individuals just came into it with the same core concern is, I mean, it sounds coordinated. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. They just all watch the same stuff and whatever. But
I onboarded.
The videos are awesome. The videos are awesome.
I onboarded a ton of EOS community members, people that I consider friends. I've never met in real life. I don't know their real names. I've seen them in the chat. We've private messaged together. We've talked. We've worked on projects, etc. I onboarded a ton of these EOS community members. They were aligned with my mission and vision, and they wanted to make their voice heard because they also fundamentally disagreed with a whitelisted inflation receiving proxy, and they thought that issue was what made them take the trouble of doxing themselves, so to speak, and joining Eden to place their votes. It was coordinated, as in because it was a response from many different EOS community members to the Eden Smart Proxy proposal. So it's more of a response than coordinated. Although, I mean, I was out there campaigning. None of this should be a surprise. I was very vocal and open, about the things that I'm sharing today, in the weeks leading up to the election. So, doing opposition research, 100% expected. Compiling spreadsheets of electorates and noting down positions, 100% expected. Group chats watching and discussing the election in progress, 100% expected. PMs between electors in the same rooms and in different rooms, coordinating on various, sharing their research, 100% to be expected. If you expect people not to do these things within the framework of Eden right now, you will be disappointed every single election, because as the rules stand, as the system is built, it is obvious that this is the behavior that the system will be trending towards. All right.
My biggest takeaway is that I think you're making the case for Dan Larimer and Fractally, and I deeply thank you for that. That is actually huge. That's what you've done.
You're welcome, Perry. All right.
Nothing to do with that. But
final piece of strategy. Now, this may be even more controversial than everything I've said so far. Should probably come with a trigger warning for blockchain enthusiasts. But for my friend proxies, at least one of those transactions that is required to either create an account in Eden or to vote in the election, I was the one that clicked the button, not them. I had their full approval to click that button. They asked me to help them through that process that has a lot of friction. And for at least one of those transactions, I was the one that clicked the button. So in my opinion, if it's one transaction or all the transactions, it's actually the same. Is this something that is allowed, or is this something that is not allowed? So I know a lot of you are going to have very strong opinions on this and all the rest of the things that I've just said. So what I'm going to propose is I'm going to start a claim to remove myself from the Eden community. So you need to put up a bounty. I'm going to put up the bounty. You need to the defender needs to put up a bounty. I'm going to put up that bounty as well. And we're going to have 5 randomly chosen layer 1 delegates that can make a judgment call on if my actions were malicious or not, or if they want to see me removed from the community for violating what they believe is the Eden community. I'm going to go even one step further and say that I'm not only going to do this election, but I'm going to do it after the next election as well. So if you're outraged by everything that I've said, I encourage you, get as many people as possible into the election, win a bunch of delegates, and tell them, if you can ban Stephane from Eden, you ban him from Eden. And that is totally fair. That's totally within the rules of the game. And we get to test out the remove member claim process at the same time. So throwing that out there, I'll let the layer 1 delegates decide my fate. And to be clear, I love the Eden game. It mixes human behavioral, it mixes psychology, behavioral economics, EOS community, blockchain stuff, Block 1, Helios, EOS community members, it strategy, it mashes so many of the things that I'm super interested in. And I think I'm a great competitor in the game of Eden. I hope I get to continue to compete in the game of Eden. I think I can bring a lot of value to Eden by competing as hard as I can with my extremely strategy focused brain that I cannot turn off even if I wanted to. But if the community feels that this is wrong, what I did was wrong, then I will give them an opportunity to remove me from the system, and I will respect that decision and no hard feelings, to anyone that votes to get me out of the system, because I understand a lot of these things goes against what you guys think Eden is all about. I have a different vision for what I think Eden is all about, and I think that's fine.
Just so you know, Stephane, because your brain's always thinking strategy, you can just re-enter once you get kicked out. So there's no rule that says once you're removed, you can't just join right back the next day. So there you go. Go ahead and try it and just come right back.
Great.
By the way, I think it's totally stupid. And sorry to say, it's not about say stupid against you, nothing about that, but I speak about the process. When you leave a community, you leave this community. You don't go back again and be inducted. Sorry, because it's all about. It's all about. I say, let me speak. I say what I think. I mean, when you are committed to do something, you go until the end. And if you cannot afford, you leave, but you don't come back. Sorry, that's my opinion.
Yeah, but the
All
rules
right, I
say
will make the
otherwise, is all.
pledge.
Because we're strict to rules, right? Rules say that there's nothing saying that once you've been kicked out, you can't come back. It's not there. So I think you can. Just saying.
It should be in the rules then. But I'm gonna make this pledge right now that if I do get kicked out this election or next, I will not come back after. And yeah, that's fine by me. All right, just a couple more things on my list here. What kind of proxy would I like to see? So I'd like to see what I will call the true Eden proxy, which has no unverifiable and unenforceable whitelist, where Eden elect members are able to vote for any BPs they want. According to the process that the Eden Smart Proxy suggested, only people who show up to the elections can vote. People who get elected get more voting weight. I think that's fantastic. I just don't agree with limiting the choice of Eden members to a whitelist. Now, I understand that if the EOS Smart Proxy wants to implement a whitelist on their proxy, that's totally fine. Every proxy has a different vision. Every proxy has a whitelist, so to speak, whether it's public, private, or whatever, and that's totally fine. And there's nothing stopping Helios, Block One, Bloomer, whoever else to accumulate, let's say, 150 million EOS in stake it to the EOS Smart Proxy, and the EOS Smart Proxy allowing Eden members to vote on those BPs. There's nothing we can do to stop that. By the next election, that might be what's going on. Is that likely? I don't think so, but it's a possibility, right? So whether we want to or not, the next election may be extremely high stakes. It could be. It may be not, but we can't really choose to refuse that. We can't refuse for someone to build such a proxy and allow our members to vote. And if our members are able to control 150 million EOS in stake, you can be damn sure that everyone's going to go on that portal and vote for the BPs that they want, right? So that brings me to another point, actually, is that if Eden is highly successful, attracts huge stake, through whatever proxy, then there's going to be significant pressure on Eden members to sell those votes to block producers in exchange for voter rewards. So if you're an elected delegate, you've got good influence on 150 million EOS in stake or whatever, you can be damn sure that BPs are going to be reaching out to you, asking you to vote for them. And how would Eden stop, backdoor deals or voter rewards to be distributed in that way? I don't have a good answer for that, actually, unfortunately. But I think it's something that we need to consider and to take into consideration. Yeah.
Just to throw out the solution that the smart proxy came up with for that, the idea is that inflation that BPs receive, that is what is not going to be hopefully used to buy votes, because that is where the greatest scrutiny and level of inspection will take place. So the whitelisters will be presenting all the data from the BPs to demonstrate that they're using their received inflation in a way that benefits the network. So they could still buy votes in the back door with other funds. They've got a bank account. They can use that money. We can never stop that. But what we were attempting to do, and will continue to attempt to do, is demonstrate that BPs are using their inflation pay for the benefit of the ecosystem.
Okay, so you would have no problems then with Eden delegate selling their votes, because really they can only vote for that whitelisted list of BPs who are all equally good or whatever. So it's not actually a problem for delegates to sell their
It's a problem
votes
that
in
they
that
get
way.
caught. It is part of the pledge. So the pledge a BP makes, and Scouts honor, two fingers in the air, hand over the heart, that they won't buy votes. So if they do, in fact, are bribing delegates or chief delegates to give them a higher ranking in the proxy, and it gets found out, well, then they get removed. So it's a game of cat and mouse, and they get to play the game if they want.
So the delegates wouldn't be doing anything wrong, but the BPs would, and you would hope that the delegates would report this if they get such an offer. So it'd actually be kind of very dangerous for a block producer to reach out to a delegate with that kind of offer. All right, not bad.
That's the idea. Yeah, exactly. So they could take a risk and reach out, and if they get a delegate who's got high integrity, then they'd rat them out and they'd be off the list. So it's a game of risk reward on that. But as we
And
see,
then the
you can invite
whitelisters
anybody.
would analyze if that screenshot is legit or if it's photoshopped or if that communication is real or fake or whatever.
the whitelisters, see, this is where I really, there's so much misinformation and misunderstanding, not misinformation, misunderstanding. The whitelisters have no authority other than to really, their main purpose is to gather the information from the block producers and present it to everyone else to review. Everyone else becomes the auditor. The whitelisters don't have that power. The only sensitive power they have, and this has come up numerous times, is the whitelisters who are appointed by the Eden chief delegates, not actually delegates themselves. They can add and remove BPs from the whitelist. That's an attack vector. However, there's really good ways to circumvent that attack vector by simply putting time limits or gates or other, and give the owner keys to the top 21 in case there's an attack. So the whitelisters really have very little ability to capture and control the proxy, nor do they have the ability to just unilaterally say, hey, you're a lying BP, we're kicking you. It's no, here's the information we've received. Everyone in the community can look at it. We make a communal decision, ideally from this collective group of Eden communities that are all aligned in a particular vision and purpose, which it's clear to me this current Eden is likely not going to be the one Eden that even has anything to do with this proxy. That's the irony of all this. Like all of this, in my mind, as being someone involved with the proxy, the current Genesis Eden is not the one that's going to have this ability. I think we need to create other Edens that are more purpose built to care about governance and care about block producers, not an Eden where you can pay people on Fiverr to join or ask all your friends to control their wallet for them to participate in an election, and then you control multiple members who all vote for VPs. It's just too easy. This one's obviously too flawed. If it can be fixed, great, but I don't see it happening.
All right, so on that note, here's some changes to the rules that I think would harden the system. So the way that we join an election, I think, is not conducive to actually discussing our ideas. And with the restriction of you have to be in Eden 24 hours before, kind of makes it that, you know, if there are two sides, then you don't want to reveal your strategy too early, because then it could motivate the other side to add more to their side, right? So you're kind of forced to stay quiet until the very end, until the registration is closed. Then you can really start to share your strategy, etc. So I think maybe an option could be that, you know, you have to signal your interest to join an election at least 1 month before the election. So that means that you can't just induct new members at the last minute to join an election. Eden members have to be in at least 1 month before, and then at least 1 week before, you have to confirm your presence. So you have to signal interest first, and then at least 1 week before, you confirm your presence, and then you're in. And then there also has to be a penalty if you confirm your presence and then don't show up. So Brock actually did this. So Brock confirmed his presence last minute, which, I mean, we can also talk about the fact that Brock is the one that funded Eden for 500K, kind of, or was part of that. And now he's running in Eden, and there's kind of some conflicts of interest there. But ignoring that, you know, he signed up for the election. He didn't show up. That means that his room did not have the same amount of people as the other room. So I think confirming your presence and not showing up should have a penalty somehow. Maybe 3 strikes, you're out for 2 years. I don't know, but I think it's something we need to talk about and to consider. You know, voting transactions. Maybe we want to rule that you cannot have anyone else voting for you on chain. You know, the Eden member has to be the one that clicks the button to vote. But then again, how can we detect this? If we can't detect this, then maybe it shouldn't be a rule, because if it's a rule that is unenforceable and undetectable, then only cheaters gain from this rule. You know, are you guys tracking IPs on the Eden portal? Can you guys go and look at my friend proxies and their votes and whatever? Can you see a pattern of IPs that may indicate that one person was controlling many accounts? I have no idea. But if we want to make a rule that says that you're the one that has to click the button on your device to sign up to Eden and to vote, then these are things that need to be, you know, available on the back end. Are CDs in charge of this? Do we hire an external organization? I have no idea. But, you know, it's something that we need to think about. The induction process needs to be obviously much clearer. Clear elements that need to be included in every induction ceremony. Clear expectations on who can pay membership fees, right? Am I allowed to send the 3 EOS to my friend's account and have that pay for the fee? I think so. It's not written if it's illegal or not. I think that should be cleared up. Is there an annual fee that should be paid for members to stay? Maybe that annual fee is based on the treasury. Maybe it's not an annual fee. Maybe it's an election fee. But then it's like, do you want to make people pay to show up to the election? No, we want more people in the election. So I don't know. These are not fully thought out ideas. Kind of just the ideas I have so far, and I think are good topics to discuss. All right, so that kind of covers a lot of what I wanted to talk about. I've got an Eden wish list that I'm going to quickly go over. Preventing election results from being ratified if an attack took place. Chris Barnes addressed that point earlier. The CDs do need to hand over power, so I think that's good right now. I'd love to see more data visualizations, more dashboards, an electorate presence dashboard, a candidate preferences dashboard. What do candidates agree with? What do they not agree with? Candidate positions table where candidates can go on chain and say, I am for the EOS Smart Proxy, I am against the Smart Proxy, I am for this vision of Eden, or I'm against. I would love to have a dashboard with all of the votes from all the candidates readily available, so that when I get into an election room, I can quickly reference that dashboard, and I can see on chain what the members in my group that are running for election, what their position is on many things. So I think explaining our positions in the election room, not a great use of time. I think all of that should be done prior to the elections. And then when you get into an election room, you're focused on consensus building or getting concessions from the leading candidate, right? So in my room, for example, I was very upfront and honest right at the start. Hey guys, Jen is my friend proxy. She's very likely going to vote for me. If you're in a room of 5 and you need 4 people to vote for someone to advance, and you've got a block of 2 people claiming from the start, hey, we're very likely voting for this one person, it's probably not a good idea to spend 30 minutes sharing the other 3 members' platform. Instead, those members, in my opinion, according to Eden optimal strategy, should be trying to get concessions from the current leader. Is like, hey, we're going to block you from advancing as well, Steph. But if you include these items in your election promises, then you could reach consensus and move on. And so there's meta strategy as well involved with blocking a room, right? So in this election, I had 4 friend proxies. There's 125 people. I had a 20% chance of being in the same room as a friend proxy. I think, I don't know, not a math wizard, but I think that's the numbers, right? When I saw my room and I saw that I had a friend proxy in my room, I was like, oh my God, this is going to get crazy. And I knew it would cause drama, and I knew all of this would, make people lose their minds. But my point was to illustrate the concept of a friend proxy. Hey, is that legit or not? Is that a concept we want to allow or not? Are people allowed to, campaign on, hey, I'm proxying my campaign to this person, and this is their campaign, and that's what I'm supporting, right? Is that allowed or not? That's kind of what I wanted to highlight here. Also, the chance that, I get a friend proxy in my own room, then we can absolutely block anyone from advancing. So I was like, hey, I want to vote. I want to vote for myself. I'm not going to change my vote. My friend proxy is very likely going to vote for me. At this point, we should have been talking about concessions, not pitching our pitches. And that's kind of an issue with people not really understanding Eden optimal strategy. So hopefully next election, when there are blocks of voters that are evident, perhaps through a dashboard, perhaps through just, hey guys, we're both aligned here, we're going to be voting for this person, then you need to start making concessions and talking more about that stuff. So actually, that's the one regret that I have for my room, is that when I said that Jen would very likely voting for me, I should have continued with, it's probably best that you guys focus on getting concessions from me, because I'm for sure not voting for anyone else. Now, if you don't believe me and you're like, nah, I think I can convince Steph to change his vote, that's legit, and you can try that. I didn't change my vote then, and I promise you, if I say this in a future room, I'm not going to change my vote then either. And I am willing to block advancement. In that case, I'm willing to me not get elected, but you're not going to get elected either. So hopefully this becomes known, and when I'm in a room, and if I have someone that supports me, then the people will know, okay, yeah, Steph is either going to block this or move on. So let's get concessions from Steph so that he also works on the projects or that I'm aligned with. What else do I have on my wish list? Yeah,
Isn't
an
that
ability.
isn't that extortion though? I mean, essentially, like if you're putting people in a position like where they have to negotiate with you, or you're gonna, then it's just like, well, then everyone else is incentivized to just block the room because they wouldn't want your behavior to move forward either.
Fair.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah, fair.
so like the presence of one group saying like either advance, adopt my issues, or I'm going to block the group, basically incentivizes everyone else to say, well, fine, then no one goes because, but you
in
could
my
approach it a
opinion,
different way. Go ahead.
And in my opinion, that's not a bad outcome for Eden because the other delegates now get my resources. So it's not like I'm blocking funding. It's not like I'm blocking projects from advancing. There's just that the other rooms are going to get a greater share of the treasury. And that's not bad for Eden. I'm not blocking projects from advancing. I'm not blocking funds from being distributed. They're just allocated in a different way. And maybe eventually I get tired of never moving on and always having my room be blocked, and then I change my strategy. Or, yeah, who knows exactly how this could play out. But I can guarantee you that, if I tell you I'm going to vote for myself and I'm not going to change my vote, yeah, you can try, but it's very, very likely to be unsuccessful. And that's the rules of the game as the system is designed right now. It is designed to allow this strategy, right? And if we don't want this strategy, we need to change the rules.
I just think it's a losing strategy, but it's strategy.
Fair
like
enough,
over
yeah.
time.
Yeah, very, very, very possible. Very possible. Another thing I think Eden needs is Eden Reserves account and an Eden Treasury account, right? So when there's a new donation, it goes into the reserves and is not impacting the current distribution to current delegates. And maybe what we can do is we can target for a certain dollar amount. Hey, if the treasury is between $500,000 and $2 million, then level 1 delegates are going to get $1,000 a month, and level 2 delegates are going to get $5,000 a month or whatever, right? So, and we can have a flow from the reserves into the treasury, which would kind of maintain the treasury at a certain level, which would maintain the payouts to delegates at a certain level, which would allow everyone to be more prepared and be able to present more realistic pitches when hey, if I'm level 1, I've got $1,000 a month to work with. Hey, if I'm level 2, I've got 5,000. And if that is constant election over election, then I think that brings more stability to the system, allows us to plan our finances better. It just removes uncertainty. And then maybe it's like, okay, if the treasury goes above 2 million, then we increase the payouts, 2,000 a month, 10,000 a month, whatever it is, whatever those numbers are, I don't know. But I think that's pretty important. Would allow donors to donate without actually changing the impact of past elections without everyone knowing. So another point that I want to bring up actually on that note is that, Chris Barnes mentioned in his post that he shared the day before the election that in late August, he knew about this potential large donation, right? But he didn't tell anyone. And so not many people showed up to the October election because, for example, I thought the treasury was only going to be, I don't know, $80,000 or whatever. But Chris Barnes knew that actually there's a good chance that the treasury is going to be $500,000. So I think Chris should have let the community know that there was a potential donation coming for the next term to let the community know what the stakes of the election actually were. Now, I know there's great reasons why you would not share that. The donor doesn't want you to. There are legal reasons. The lawyers told me you can't do this, whatever. I'm sure there's a ton of reasons. But, I don't think it's fair to the community to go into the election knowing that there's a huge payout for that election result, but you're the only one that knows, right? So the CDs reduced the distribution percentage to like 11%. I think that's fairly reasonable. So it turns out that, the delegates of this cycle are going to get about the same amount of EOS as the delegates of last cycle got. That's great. However, the effort required to get elected last cycle, there was there were fewer participants, so it's much easier to get elected that last cycle than this one. So I think that's kind of not the greatest for the Eden community. All right, I think that's it. I think I went through all my notes. Thanks for staying for my TED Talk. happy to answer any questions. I'm not going to read the chat, 120 messages, but if you got messages, oh no, wait, I've got questions from the community that I asked to get with a Google form. So I'm going to go over those questions. Some of them are mean, some of them are funny, some of them are excellent questions. Let's do it. So Anonymous wrote, if a court decides what B1 did to the EOS community wasn't illegal, would you still argue it was wrong? Yes. You've said before that inviting last-minute supporters to join the Eden election solely to vote for you doesn't go against any bylaws. Correct. Do you consider your actions to be wrong, but in accordance to the bylaws? No, I consider my actions to be right and in according to the bylaws. That was question 1. Question 2 from Mosey DS. He actually had great points and great questions. I think most of these were addressed in the comments that I just did. What did you learn? I think I shared that. What is your assessment of the Eden on EOS system right now? I think it's a great system. I think it's exciting. I think it's great for the EOS community. I can't wait for the next election. But if suddenly the stakes for the elections are extremely high, I don't think the system can resist the stress that would put on it as it stands right now. How or what do you plan to fix any perceived holes? I think I went through that. And how do you plan to restore or undo any damage to the Eden community suffered from my test? Or if you feel there is any. I don't feel there was any damage suffered by Eden. I think I actually brought a ton of benefit to Eden through my actions. But what I'm going to do, like I said, is I'm going to start a membership removal claim on myself and let the layer 1's delegates of this term and the next term, decide my fate. All right, this one from Abel was not respectful, but has a hilarious comment in it, so I'm going to read it for everyone. Does Stephane feel good when he goes out of his way to hurt people? I don't go out of my way to hurt people. Does it bring him pleasure to on purpose harm others and bully them? I don't think that's what I'm doing. Does he believe in karma? I used to believe in karma, but these days I'm not too sure. Does he believe that there is more to life than what we experience in real day, and will he be faced by his maker and answer to all of these choices he makes that causes others harm? No, I do not think there's a maker that I will face. Does he stand up for himself, or does he bend to what he is told by the one who is pulling the strings and keeping him fed? I think I stand up for myself. This next comment here. Does he think his hair loss is partially due to his subconscious that knows he is participating in evil and on purpose causing harm to others that have no desire to return this level of hate and anger back at him? No, I don't think that my hair loss is caused by Eden or crypto. My hair loss started much longer than that. Does he know life is short and even shorter when he lives in hate? Yes, I know that. And there you go. Those are my thoughts. Next question. How many friend proxies did I have in the last Eden election? I had 4, like I said. All right, this is a question directed to all Eden members. If election rigging was legal, would you do it to win? I mean, if election rigging is legal, then it's not election rigging, in my opinion. Either something's illegal and you're rigging it, or it's legal and you're just playing the game as hard as possible. So I don't think this is a question that makes sense, actually. A question for chief delegates. I don't know if we still have any in the room at this point. Who will run the Eden infrastructure, website, Zoom account, IPF gateway, etc.? I think that's a great question, actually. I would love to have a website where all Eden members can submit their election platforms in a way that is equal to everyone. The Helios team put up an Eden election website. From my understanding, it's their website. Gabriel put up his pitch, which was very well articulated and complete and all that. He said, hey, anyone who wants a pitch, who wants to put your election pitch up here, you can. I kind of, submitted something with the least amount of effort possible, and eventually they removed that pitch from that website. But I think having a place where all Eden members can, any one of them can upload, I think that would be great. Hey Stefan, from Dancing Joy, can you elaborate on why you did not agree with or see value in Jorge's proposal? There was some value. I haven't rewatched my room actually, so I'm not super familiar with the details, but I was very motivated to be elected myself, and so I thought that I would bring more value, and so that's why I was voting for myself. And for everyone who's saying, "Hey, Steph, you blocked your room," well, everyone else also blocked me, and I don't know why I'm expected to vote for others, but when others don't vote for me, that's not considered blocking. I don't get that.
I think it went back to what you were saying before, Stefan, that you were saying that at the beginning of the call that you said that you wouldn't vote for others, and the other people on the call said that they were willing to vote for others. And also, I don't know if you already did research on Jorge's platform or Mark's platform, but I think it probably would have been more enjoyable for people if you also, as a leader, play the game in a way that, I don't know, is more welcoming for people. I don't mean to be harsh, but like, I think you could have asked Jorge if he was willing to take into account your platform and what he thought about the smart proxy. And yeah, I just think Jorge's platform is really exciting and really hopeful. You know, he's doing a lot of great work with Eden Fractal, and he started up the Hispanic Fractal. And so he's really leading, and he's helping out with also EOS Fractal and artificial intelligence, and doing some really important work. So I would appreciate, and I think a lot of people would appreciate, support for people like Jorge. And yeah, just in general, I think that a lot of stuff you're talking about stress testing Eden is really helpful, but there also is a cultural element too. And like, it's up to us as leaders to lead in a way that it's not just all just code, like we need to improve the code, but also like to set an example for other people to help support each other. And it's always an opportunity to help support each other as well. So just some thoughts that that I had, and I'd be curious to hear your thoughts. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for your thoughts, Dan. I mean, you think Jorge's proposition had more value? I think mine had more value. I mean, it's fine. We disagree, and I'm not sure there's really much more we can say about that.
Yeah, well, I definitely did. I mean, I work really closely with Eden Fractal, and I work with Jorge a lot, and I know he's doing great work with Spanish Fractal. So, I mean, for me, I'm just I haven't really been focusing that much on the smart proxy in general, but I understand it's a big priority for a lot of people. But I think that the more that we can support people like Jorge who are starting up fractals and supporting the tooling that, and inviting people, especially the Spanish community, is huge, then that's really helpful. And I understand that we have different priorities too, but that was just why I asked the question, because I noticed in the Eden members chat, the reason why I wrote that was because in the Eden members chat, you had written just simply like, I didn't agree with their proposals and I didn't see value in them. So that seemed like a pretty strong statement, which I think, I mean, it sounds like maybe you just wrote it quickly, and now you have a different opinion that there was some value, but there's just different priorities. But
yeah, that's how I would describe it here. Yeah, if I said I see no value, that's not what I meant. There's definitely is value. I think everyone's proposal has some value. It's just, you know, which one has more value to me. You know, I think I'm allowed to have, you know, that opinion, and everyone else is also allowed to have that opinion. And you know, I really wanted to be elected for the first time. And I understand that maybe I've ruined my chances of ever being elected with my behavior, and I'm ready to accept those consequences as well. And you know, that's the Eden system working as the Eden system should, in my opinion.
Cool. Well, thanks, Stephane. And also, yeah, your points about the games are really inspiring too. So I do love how you've been coming back to Eden over the past couple of weeks and months, and sharing a lot of enthusiasm and sharing some fun memes too, and focusing in that game perspective too. So I have some mixed feelings about it all, but I appreciate very much of what you're doing. So thanks, Stephane, and thanks also for hosting this as well. And thanks everybody too. Go Eden. Great election overall.
I think maybe what I'm getting from what you're saying, Dan, is that the intention of Eden for some is to help build each other up and to help each other and empower each other to deliver value back to the community and back to EOS. And so by deliberately, I think what I'm picking up is, Stephane, when you entered the room with no intention to do that, your intention was to disrupt,
cause stalemates, and get yourself to the next round. And I think that just speaks to this underlying fundamental cultural problem that we've been talking about for months and months. And it's just been really highlighted. So again, I have a lot of gratitude. I think there's an opportunity for something new to be formed that has a much more clear culture, where the culture here seems to be dog eat dog. If the rules don't say it, go ahead and do it, and get yourself and your buddies up there. Go for it. And that's fine. I mean, that's okay. It's unfortunate, I think, because so much intention and energy has been put towards the former culture, which was to empower and build and grow community and create relationships. And but it doesn't have to be that. So yeah, I think that's maybe what you're trying to say, Dan.
I think it can be that. I think the rules need to be more specific in order to encourage that and to disallow certain strategies from being used. But I think that if the stakes are very high, then people will play the game as hard as the rules allow them to. And so let's make sure these rules are very well designed.
Totally agree. Totally agree with that. Beautiful. We have to press the reset button, empty your mind, and we have to begin again. Because from the beginning, that's wrong. All is wrong from the beginning. We need to push the processes correctly at first. All the processes into Eden on EOS have to be well crafted from the beginning until the end. Then you had the people on the top. I am very in favor of EOS digital extended network. Why extended network? Because on top of the network, what is extended? It's the humans. You had the humans on the top of the network when what? When the processes are well crafted. It's what we are doing into Eden Fractal, into our circle. I speak about circle, and I know what I speak. Eden on EOS is also a circle. And when a circle has enough values at level societal, economical, and technological, at this moment, you can envision to connect this circle with another circle, but not before. So don't have the eyes bigger than the body, or the beard bigger than your body, okay? Do the thing step by step with unit testing. So since the beginning, we are doing unit testing. We are at our 5th unit testing. And sorry, I will be very clear here. I agree totally, and you will not be banned from me, Stephane. Certainly not, because what you made, it's exactly what that is needed to be done, because we have to prove that the system tolerates possible bad intent, bad playing. If the processes are well crafted, the people will behave into the perimeter that the processes have defined. Guys, you want governance into Eden? You want governance. Okay, you want governance. I discussed of that with Nathan James on the last video. Watch this video because it's a pure gem. We need to have process with good deterministic, very well aware of what action they can receive. It's all about objects. So when an object receives a good action, it will answer with a good, manifest with a good action. So then, when those processes are very well deterministic, the governance has to be built parallelly with the processes. And you have people that want to build the governance, and only then to build the processes. That has to be done parallelly at level societal, economical, technological. And the marketing has to be done during the road, not wait until all is finished. So I will fight for that day and night during this term. I am okay to be the underdog. I will be very vocal. I will fight for what I know is good in my heart, soul, and mind. So I will do what I do since day zero into this ecosystem. I pay myself. I vote for myself because I believe in what I do. I know what I do, and also I know why I do. So we need people that are vocal, but for the good lion of wisdom. The courage of the lion to do the things, and not be detached of our purpose. And the purpose here is to build beautiful processes from the bottom to the top. And this proxy, it's a noise. This proxy, everyone can create a proxy and he can create that with his own entity. But here into Eden, I will be focused with my fellow CDs to reestablish the things that has to be done. Voila. So thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. I just want to say there's been a lot of talk about how like the rules need to be fixed and all this. And honestly, I think we haven't seen a bad outcome from any Eden election yet in terms of the actual results. And all I'm seeing is that, you know, you could describe what, I'm just trying to stay away from casting aspersions at anybody. And like, you know, like Steph, you could describe what you did as an attack, but I don't think even if it was an attack with ill intent, which I don't believe it was, then you know, like you didn't achieve your objective essentially. So, and personally, I think the culture of Eden is well enough seated at this point that even if we had a bunch of people trying to tear it apart, I may eat my words, but like I think people are incentivized to work for the community and not just for a narrow self-interest. And we're all united behind EOS and improving and benefiting EOS and Eden on EOS by extension. So for instance, like when I go into a room, I don't say to myself personally, this is just me personally, I'm not judging anyone that approaches it differently, but I do think I'm not alone in this. But when I go into a room, I don't think I definitely have the best idea, and for sure I'm going to be the one that needs to advance from this room. I just don't approach it that way. I approach it more like I have some, you know, ideas that maybe I think are really valuable to the community, and I want to share those ideas. And if people resonate with those ideas, then you know, I'm open to being put forward as the eventual nominee from that group. Now, if I go into the room and there's another person there that I view personally as more high value than myself, as a delegate, I'm just gonna support that person. I don't have the desire to, you know, put myself ahead of them. Now, I may hope, or I may negotiate. I may try to get that person to adopt some of the elements of whatever it is that is of concern to me that I want to see worked on in Eden. But I'm not going to do that to the detriment of, you know, putting them forward. I'm not going to hold my interests as more important than, you know, seeing some value emerge from that group. This is just my personal, you know, views on how I do approach rooms in the election process. Not to say that it's the only way to approach a room, but I will say that I don't think attacks or efforts by people to kind of like strong arm particular outcomes, or even to seed like certain, you know, like if I invited a bunch of my friends and said like only support other people that, you know, hold these certain views, like I just don't think an attack like that is going to succeed in Eden. Not at this point. Maybe if like
numbers, it will 100% succeed.
Well, but like, and I'm not saying there aren't ways that we can improve the way we, you know, see the membership. But of course, we don't want to create too much friction. And then the other element that we haven't really talked about at all here is just group size. There's a reason why, you know, like to get back to Dunbar's number, like there's a good case to be made that no Eden should really be over a certain size so that you can maintain cohesion between groups, and that each of these smaller Edens should send forward a delegate to like a federation of Edens, essentially, and that would be the way that you scale. The idea of scaling a single Eden group to like 10,000 is maybe a little bit ridiculous, because the beauty of trust in community at small numbers is that you can actually know those people and you can know that they are good actors. when you get beyond a certain scale, you can't really know anymore, and you can't really, you know, discern who is who. So like there's a lot of things that play here, but I think at a smaller scale anyway, it's pretty easy. I think a lot of this underestimates people have very powerful bullshit detectors. And if there's somebody that, and the system, I believe, weeds out really polarizing figures. So if someone comes in with a really clear agenda that is obviously not shared by the other people in that group, maybe they make it through a round, but they're not going to make it through another round like that. I doubt it, because the system is designed to reach consensus, whether you think, I mean, I know you don't think it's about consensus, but I really think at the end of the day, like fundamentally, everyone is asked to agree to send one person forward. That is the very nature of, I mean, it's not 100% consensus, but it is some form of reaching
It's
consensus on a
certainly in
single
there.
individual.
I'm just saying the first principle, the overriding factor is numbers. Numbers first, then consensus building second.
Yeah, I just think like yeah, I mean, you'd have to run this experiment with like somebody who's really, I bet the computer models could figure this out better than we can. But, given that humans are unpredictable and they have a sense for things that is not, and we're like at least appearing on, video. If we were appearing in person, this would be like, really hard to game, obviously, but we're trying to scale in a digital, like remote sense. But yeah, I just think we're underestimating the power of the system to actually weed out bad actors. While I do think that there's room for improvement in terms of agreeing, but I think that the changes that we need to make are fairly minor, to be honest. Like I think they have to do with max limits and possibly just like a stronger cultural element of what binds us together, and what we're trying to achieve here together, which various people have spoken to as far as like North Star and stuff like that. But anyway, I'll leave it at that.
But a culture that is based on unwritten rules will work when it's a small community for low stakes. But when it becomes high stakes, that doesn't work anymore, in my opinion.
That's why I think the size limitation factor comes in. I think the smart way, personally, to scale Eden is many small groups, like many groups of 250, rather than multiple groups of 10,000.
And me not voting for Jorge, for example, who had, according to some people, great ideas that would benefit Eden and EOS and all that. I'm not those funds are allocated to all the other L1 that have great platforms and great ideas. So I don't feel like a room not reaching consensus is negative to the system. Resources are not blocked. The system acts as it should. That is a consensus. No consensus is consensus, right? And so I don't see it negative at all. And if you would have asked me before the election how many rooms are going to not reach consensus, I would have probably bet the over if the line was 5.5. I think we had 5 rooms that didn't reach consensus. One due to technical issues, which was not part of that that calculation. But yeah, those are my thoughts. So I think actually there's a lot of consensus reached, more than I would have maybe imagined actually in the last election.
Yeah, no, for sure.
All right, 2 final questions here that I got on the Google form. This one is from Sebastian B, and it's to everyone who participated in the latest election. I'm not sure if it's a good time to get into this, but in which way, what do you want Eden on EOS to represent on only the human layer? In which way do you see the organization Eden on EOS to be active, direct contributor to the EOS mainnet in general and after your term has ended? So this is a very open-ended question. Talks a lot to what a lot of people have been talking about. What is the mission statement for Eden? What is the one thing that binds us all together that we can all agree upon? So I don't know if we want to get into that already. It's been 4 hours already. And then we have one final comment from CAC. This comment is to everyone, and the comment is hello. Hello, CAC. Thanks for joining.
Shout out to CIC, by the way. Stephane, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I know you since the very beginning. And when I was seeing this video with Jorge, Jen, and Edgar, I have watched this video maybe 10 times, to be honest. And each time that I have watching this video, I have another perspective. That's all about the Rashomon effect, by the way. From the 1950, a Japanese guy, Asukatara, I don't remember exactly the name, but watch the video. That's the Rashomon effect. Maybe Stephane will put that into the chat. It's all about to reduce the Rashomon effect, what we are doing with those videos and those induction and mind mapping and so on. So my question for you, when was popping into your mind that you should do to serve us, because what you are doing is to serve us by doing so, by the way. You can say that is bad or good, whatever. You have made what is needed. So since when have you decided to do this, knowing exactly what you will do, because you are a poker guy, I know you. So when was popping exactly into your mind? That's my question. That would be very interesting to know at which momentum have you decided to do that? Because of what? Which event has triggered this? Yeah, exactly. That's my question.
Crypto has been pumping while I've been doing this Eden optimal strategy presentation, so that's nice. Bitcoin's almost at 18K, EOS almost at $1, just in case you guys hadn't noticed. But yeah, so what motivated me was the 500,000 EOS donation. That's when I was like, my ears perked up. Oh, lots of funding available for the next Eden election. Great. Oh, Block 1 is donating to Eden? What the fuck is going on here? And then, the proxy was announced. And then the more and more I kind of read the chats, thought about it, I realized the Eden election is going to be very high stakes. I perceived, the EOS network to be under attack through this Eden election, and I thought it was very high stakes. So it's not like I saw the 500,000 donation. I was like, all right, I'm going to, test Eden and try to exploit flaws or whatever. That was not my first purpose. My first purpose was, I need to go hard. I need to compete as hard as I can in this election. And then through that process of trying to figure out what I can do, I came across all of these, strengthening vectors, if you will. And so it was kind of a natural process. The more I thought about the game, the more I thought about strategies, double checking with the Eden bylaws that that are up to date for this election. Is this allowed? Is this not allowed? And kind of, my actions flowed from there. So it was not necessarily planned, as a stress test. I was just playing the game as hard as I could within the rules of the game. And I realized, there's a lot of stress testing here that's going to go on. And then I realized, you know what? I know some people are not going to like what I'm going to do. Maybe I will lose reputation in the community for the things I'm doing. But I think someone else is going to do this. Maybe the other side is currently doing this. And if they aren't, well, then great. That means, my vision and mission is likely to be more represented. And we're going to have great case studies on some of the things that people can do when they perceive an Eden election to be extremely high stakes, which I perceived it to be the case.
The fifth term now that we are living, that's the momentum. That's the momentum to press the reset button, as I said many times. Empty the mind and going forward, because otherwise we are repeating and repeating in circle jerk what we have already experienced since term 1, term 2, 3, 4, So I don't say there was no iteration on the past term, but yeah, for me until now, that was repeating the unnecessary things sometimes, spending a lot of time to speak, masturbate our brain, the sexual life of the bees in Alaska. Sorry to take this example, but that's exactly that. So we need to do concrete things. We want a better EOS. It's all about EOS indeed, the EOS network and all that. Then Eden is an artifact. Fractally is an artifact. All that are artifacts. So we just have to do the things intelligently, as we will do into the real life in a startup, in a real enterprise. What is wrong? We need to use the blockchain for what it gives to us, more distribution of the data, more proof of mind, proof of usage. The bylaws, when you push the bylaws on chain, that's a proof of mind by pushing the bylaws on chain. So that's not wrong. Make bylaws in bullet point that could be actionable by a smart contract. That's very intelligent.
I lost Patrick. No, I think he's done.
It wasn't you, Steph. We all lost Patrick.
Oh, sorry. I want to say, make the things more easier. Like if we are 5 years old, use words that are understandable and make bullet point, and we will be all happy. I love EOS. We love EOS. EOS will never die. We love us all. We are a good community, the best community. So we have not to fight between us. We have just to be able to say the truth, have the balls, and oh fuck, sorry. I am very happy to be a chief delegate. Ah, a little music. Nice. We love EOS. We love
30
EOS.
people, 30 crazy EOS people still listening to us talk.
The true believers.
Impressive.
Thank you, Denis. Thank you, Denis. I am also happy to have you. You are a true fighter of the smart contract, a true seeker of the flows. Thank you very much. We need you. We need you. Don't die tomorrow, please.
I'll try not to.
I will try to do also my best.
All right. Is that it for today? Any other questions, comments? Or do we wrap it up at the 4 hour and 15 minute mark? I guess we need to stay on at least 5 more minutes.
Hey, can I say something?
No.
All right.
Kidding.
So I was one of the so-called proxy invited by Stephane.
No, you were not. You were not one of my friend proxies. You were just one of my other invitees.
So I was an other invitees invited by Stephane, and never was my intention to vote for anybody that I would not agree with what they do, nor not vote for what I believe in. So I just want to say that because I read multiple times in the chat, like puppets, suck puppets, or whatever terms they said. So that's one thing. And I proposed a project, which by the way almost got elected because I got 4 votes, and 20 seconds before the end of the round, I end up with 3. And I was 15 minutes late. 15 minutes try to get the mic on because nobody would give me the passcode because the onboarding sucks. Listened 15 minutes for a couple pitch, had 7 minutes to pitch my stuff, and still managed to get almost consensus. So in some way, I think Eden is working. In some others, it needs to be tested more. That's just my point of view.
great. Thanks for sharing, Lewis. And congratulations for almost winning your round one.
I'll come in next season.
There you go. That's the spirit.
Can I just take the opportunity to plead with every Eden member to consider supporting a change in the time of the election to not be so terribly early for the North American audience? I mean, let's just look at California, which is, I don't know, somewhere on like the 5th or 8th largest economy in the world, that basically no one from California is going to participate in the Eden election. And that rules out. And then Mountain Time for sure is also not going to get up that early. I mean, in Central Time, it's still pretty early currently, and on a Saturday no less. So, you know, at the very least, I would just hope that we could make it a more humane hour for North America. I apologize, anyone that will invariably inconvenience if that does change, but I think this is another good argument for multiple Edens, and yeah.
I mean, such an early start time is kind of optimized for Asia to be able to participate, and I don't think that's what this Eden should be optimizing for. I think we should be optimizing for the West Coast, the East Coast, and Europe.
Yeah,
So
it's clearly
push
an English
that back
language.
a few hours, please.
Please. I'd say 8 a.m. Pacific time would be like not inhumane to ask somebody in. I mean, just think about people in San Francisco. They don't wake up at 8 a.m. period. So that's just, you're asking a lot.
Shout out to my friend Proxies, who at the last minute I told them they had to get up even earlier on the Saturday to join this, and they're like, "Oh my god, okay, fine."
Yeah, that was crazy. Just crazy.
I told everyone it was 9 a.m. start when it was an 8 a.m. start. It's crazy.
That's why I had 7 minutes to pitch.
Yeah. Very unfortunate.
Question for you: do you mean that if a member is removed, he can join again? Do you really mean that?
I mean, he's saying that the rules allow.
No, I don't care about the rules now. I speak in the absolute. In the absolute, if you are committed to a community, you will do all what you have to do for this community. So the day.
Agrees with that. I don't think anyone. I think everyone agrees that if you get removed, then you should not be allowed back in. I think we can reach consensus on that.
Okay.
Actually,
okay.
I like the idea of bringing people back in because we are human beings. This is the human aspect. So if we're going to move people permanently, then maybe think of automating that.
Perry, to answer to you, Patrick, can you do special interview series, the infiltrators? Okay, so please respect what I do, Perry, because you are joking always with what I do. So if you can do 10% of the videos that I have made during 4 years now, I encourage you to do a video yourself, okay? So please, please.
You. Patrick, I love you, bro.
I don't care. Sorry, Perry. I don't care if you love me. I don't care if you love me. I don't care. I fucking don't care.
Oh my god, this is fun. I love being a level 1 delegate.
All right, we're good. Oh, Patrick got server muted. That wasn't me, Patrick. Wasn't me.
No, that was myself. I make me violence to not continue to speak. But by the way, I fucking don't care if the people loves me. I do what I have to do.
Patrick, let's keep it calm.
No, I am calm. I have drink 3 liters of vodka until now. That's okay.
There we go. We all know that's the Eden optimal strategy is to drink 3 liters of vodka, eat 1 kilogram of popcorn overnight.
No, 3 kilo of vodka of popcorn. Yeah.
All right, I think we're gonna leave it there for today. Thank you everyone for everyone who listened to my ranting, and I appreciate you guys listening to what I have to say. If you have more questions, of course, tag me on Telegram, reach out to me privately, ask me next week. you know I'm out there, and I'm not shy to share my thoughts and opinions.
And we have to finish always with something fun on those fireside chat. You know what? We have to say "Go EOS" in chorus with all our heart, soul, and mind at 3, 2, 1, 0. I will do a countdown. At 3, 2, 1, 0, we'll say "Go EOS." Okay? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. I take a breath. I drink a shot of vodka, and I will say 3, 2, 1, 0. Go! Yeah, baby.
I fucking don't care.
I
Go
fucking
EOS.
don't care too.
Vámonos, vámonos a la playa.